And we're live? Is that what we're doing here? We're wide open? All right. Hello, Ed.
That was smooth as silk.
Smooth as, that's what we are. We're smooth as silk.
Yeah.
Yeah? I am, anyway. Right?
Is that a silk tie?
It is a silk tie.
What else would it be?
Polyester.
Yeah, well, no, I doubt that. Hey, welcome to Atlanta, my friend.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I'm glad you came into my hometown.
Yeah. Been having a good time?
I have. That's what I do. Having a good time is what I'm about. How about you? Have you had any fun? Because I know you haven't.
I've had a ton of fun.
No,
I have.
You're a big liar.
I've had a very sensible brand of fun.
What is this? A sensible brand of fun?
Correct, a sensible brand of fun. I'm going on vacation next week, so I'm really stressing about hurrying up and having fun next week. Like I got to hurry up and have fun, and I get home tomorrow and 2 days home, and then I'm driving to Colorado. So it's a little,
I know.
It's been in the back of my mind. Like
anybody that knows you knows your next week is like. It's your 2 weeks.
It's like Super Bowl.
It is. It's your Super Bowl week next week.
The week that the minute it's over, I'm thinking about the next week.
So
to the extent that I passed up a pretty good trip, work related. It's
you and I talked about that yesterday.
I'm embarrassed.
All right.
Now you're embarrassing me. Like, let's just say it's a trip somewhere far away that would have been cool to go to.
You should be embarrassed.
Huh?
You should be embarrassed.
Yeah. Well, no, because I value my traditional trip.
If I were your wife, I would be going without you. You could go on your hunting trip.
Well,
and I'd go
I know what you do. But anyway, speaking of fun, I did stay up late last night. Do you want to know what I was doing?
I do. Hell yes, I want to know what you were doing.
I was watching a documentary. And I stayed up very late watching this documentary.
You came all the way to Atlanta to watch a documentary?
It was a little longer than I thought it was going to be.
And you thought not going to Italy was embarrassing.
But it was super interesting, and I'm going to watch it again.
What's the documentary on?
Really?
Tell us. Is it something you can't say?
Really?
I didn't hear it.
The documentary is called Fear No Fruit. Are you familiar with this documentary? We should introduce our guest.
We should.
And we'll speak. We'll talk about Fear No Fruit.
So our guest is one of those that that they say does not need an introduction, but we will do an introduction
for formality's sake.
For formalities, exactly. Miss Karen Kaplan here, which is an icon of the business. Her mother, herself, her family. I mean, like I say, needs no introduction, but Karen, welcome to the Fresh CrEd, and welcome to Atlanta.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thanks for being with us.
Fantastic to be here, finally.
Now, did you stay up watching this documentary last night? Did you watch it?
So should we fill him in on what we're talking about?
I did not know the name of it.
Yeah.
I have actually seen that.
Okay.
So I have seen the documentary.
I think I had seen clips, but I didn't realize there was a long form. Yeah.
Right.
I remember sitting with my mom at my house, the first screening, it was the first cut, and 96 minutes, and afterwards, she was 91 years old. She's like, how do you do that?
And it's been about 10 years now at this point, right? So she would have been 100 years old, basically, right around there. Wow. It's great. It's great for, I mean, not only in the context of the produce industry, but just business in general and history. And as I was watching it, I thought, you know, how cool it was that you actually had so much video. Like, I don't think I have that much video nowadays with the technology we have of myself, for example. So, like, it's just, yeah, it was super cool. It's super cool. I'll be honest with you. I think I've got like 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes, it got late. Later. Huh?
Don't spoil it for him.
No spoiler alerts. Oh wow. Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, well, I was gonna say, like, I got kind of choked up like midway through when you're talking about like, how privileged you were to go to work with, you know, your mom and your sister and daughter and everybody, and so you got pretty emotional there. So I can't, man. I'll have to finish that off at home then. I'm not sure I'll do it on the plane. No, not at all. It was my pleasure. I mean, it was really cool.
All right, so we gotta back up the truck a little bit, because we fast forwarded all the way, you know, so ideally, you know, we talked about this, you know, this is the opportunity to find out about Karen and who Karen is. So childhood, college, produce business, all the, you know, as concise or whatever, that's what we want to take that journey. We want to take that journey in terms of where you're at, where you came from, all that kind of stuff. So as a kid, growing up, before you were owning a company, what was that like? Where did it all start?
You know, growing up, I was the oldest child.
Mm-hmm.
My mom worked, and no one's mom worked. So I had a really difficult time growing up because I always felt like my mom wasn't there. You know, because she would get up at 1 o'clock in the morning and drive to the produce market and then come back.
So you guys have always been on the LA market thereabout?
In the beginning.
Okay.
For the first, from 1962 to about 19, that commission come on 5 o'clock time. And so I was always kind of annoyed that my elementary school was across the street from my house. But I always felt like I was on my own. And of course, you know, we all have issues with our parents, right, growing up.
Yeah.
But it's because we had the parents we had that made us who we are. So later in life, I kind of resolved all that. But I went to high school, actually right where our business was, eventually in Los Alamitos, and I did not know what I wanted to do. And I remember my college high school counselor went to UC Davis.
Okay.
I had no idea UC Davis was an agricultural school.
Yeah.
So I applied to a few schools, I got into Davis, and I worked there. And my mom was so excited because she had someone there. His name was Dr. Robert Kasmeyer, who was the guy who did all the research on truck temperature reading. And so she was so excited when I went there. She flew up with me and introduced me to Bob Kasmeyer. And they were so excited that was going to a produce school.
Didn't you hear?
Pre anything but produce. Yeah. Yeah. Well, see, I was wondering. So, when did you actually start going to the market or being part of the business? I mean, how early an age did you get involved with produce?
Well, at age, my mom started the business when I was 7. So by age 10, she needed stuff envelopes on the weekends. She was the really innovative thing. She mailed out information about the products. So stuff in envelopes. And I remember sometimes she would take us on Saturdays, take us to the produce market. So I remember they were different. I know you
Yeah, for sure.
that lovely smell of
Mm-hmm.
mangoes.
Yeah, it makes you really want to be there.
Well, I still do love the smell of walking.
Yeah.
It brings back memories. Like my mom would come home from work, and she had the smell of eau de Frida. It really smelled. She sold mushrooms.
Yeah. Earthy.
Yeah, like that. So I worked summers. So I started stuffing envelopes at age 10. And by the time I was 14, I would go to work with my mom.
Okay.
Every morning. And then I remember I would sleep on she had a couch in her office.
Yeah.
And her little office wasn't even as big as this. Her little desk was. I would just curl up and and then she would wake me up about 4 or 5 and we would drive home. And that's all I knew was working summers and vacations for my mom. But I never thought of it like something I wanted to do. It was just something.
Yeah, just what you got. Yeah.
So, I got my first taste of sales when I was, schools sell candy bars and cookies.
Oh yeah.
So my mom had this great idea that I would order hundreds of the candy bars, and I would go to work with her one morning, and then I would stand out in front of the stand and sell the candies. And I sold out. I sold like 3 or 400. Because who doesn't want to buy,
Ooh,
$3 $5 $2 whatever it was. So I got my first taste of sales.
yeah.
It was exhausting day when I got back to school. So I went off to college, went off to Davis, thinking I was doing something else, and I didn't really.
So what you didn't know what it was? You didn't know if he was going to be an attorney, a doctor, or whatever. Just not produce.
So back in the day, you would be undeclared. You did not have to declare.
Yeah.
So at Davis, I was undeclared.
I think I spent my entire college career undeclared.
Yes, exactly. So I was undeclared, and I really didn't like it. It was really hard. I went, from a small town high school to this giant university. And I had a friend from high school that was going to school in the Bay Area, Mills College. Mills College in Oakland.
Okay.
And I would go to visit. I thought it was so cool because it was less than 1,000 students. And I would say 99% were being young graduate students. And so, UC Davis is a public university. Mills College is a private university. And I just was independent, so I decided to transfer.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't tell my parents, right? So I come home from school, I'll never forget, telling my dad that I was going to go to Mills next year. Well, college at UC Davis was $212.50 a quarter.
Oh my God, that's crazy expensive. and not to.
It was like $8,000
Oh my
Wow.
God.
semester. So, and I don't know why my parents went along with it. So I transferred to Mills.
Yeah.
And I kind of found myself there because I didn't have 20,000 students, I'm riding bicycle and all the crazy stuff in the dormitory. And so I was at Mills, and my mom had this general manager that had been fired. I don't know if you guys remember Top.
Yeah, I do.
He was the head fighter in Top, Richard Hernandez.
Okay.
And Richard came up to the Bay Area, had dinner, once a week or something, and invited me to dinner. And so we're sitting at dinner, and he turns to me and says, "Hey," stop right there, and he said, Karen, I'm going to be retiring soon, and I know your mom is going to be looking for someone to run the business. You might want to think about that as a career. And Richard had
Hmm. Yeah.
And I remember he was kind of nodding, and I was 19 years old, and he left. And I went back to my dorm, and I remember, like, within 2 days, when we sat up in the middle of
Oh my God.
I love that. I mean, I love sales. I knew produce. You know, it was right there in Silicon Valley. And like all of a sudden everything made sense. So my dad was thrilled because now I want to go back to Davis. That's what I thought.
Right.
So I had to finagle a few things, do that. I transferred back to Davis, where it was $212 a quarter. And I declared a major in agricultural economics and business management, and started getting straight A's. So I loved.
Yeah.
And I did especially well in the marketing class. And then I told my mom, by the way, I like to work with you. And what I really admire about my mom is that she never put any pressure, either me or my sister, to come into the business. You know, it was a summer job.
Yeah.
And I actually did the same thing with my kids. But she was amazing. So my senior year, she decided that the best way to get me prepared was she would make a photocopy on that slick, sticky tapestry paper, you know,
Uh, I'm very familiar with that.
The
yes.
thermographic?
I remember when the first.
I thought so. Yeah.
So I got to know the goings on of the business.
Wow.
Huh.
And then between my second quarter and third quarter of my senior year, my mom was getting to New Zealand to visit the kiwi growers because, as you know,
Mm-hmm.
and she invited me to go with her. So I spent my spring break there and my the first week of my senior final quarter in New Zealand, watching my mom, you know, come around New Zealand and went to Fiji and beach party. And I'll never forget, I started working for my mom full time. And after I graduated, I went to Europe full time. And came back and started working for her October 3rd, 1977.
Wow. So you just celebrated an anniversary, October 3rd. So here, a few years. What did you say? What year? 77. It's okay.
Well, I think
You and I are close in age. No worries.
it frequently goes the other way, though. Like you had the, I guess, epiphany or awakening or whatever you feel you received. But having grown up in a small business or in a family-owned business, my wife as well, like neither of us wanted anything to do with it, and we just ran away, basically. And I feel like I hear that story more often than your story. So you're very fortunate that you had that, obviously, that thought. And
Yeah, I think what's different, Ed, is that, you know, my mom was not a motherly kind of person. So anyone ever met my mom, you know, everyone loved her. But, you know, it was really tough having those.
Mhm.
She wasn't really there to really do
Mhm.
such. However, in business, she was so welcoming. I mean, she let me make mistakes. And I always tell people in family business, I mean, the great thing about my mom is when I really messed up on something and it came to the deal that was bad, she would say, oh, that's nothing. Like, that load of, you know, Fiji ginger that I had because I handled it wrong, or all those mangoes that went bad in the warehouse. So, you know, she was like so supportive and not trying to make herself look better.
that's awesome.
All right, so that's a segue into a question that I have, right? So, obviously everybody sees the success, the journey, but it probably wasn't always paved very nicely. There had to be a few bumps along the way. What, in your time, right, whether coming into the business, running the business, whatever, give everybody kind of an insight into a difficult situation. Kiwi load that you couldn't sell. I don't know. What was it? A moment in time in the business that was really defining for you.
I'm going to be really honest, one of the most difficult times
Okay.
that I ever had happen was when I turned 30, I wanted to be president of the company.
Okay.
And I went to my mom and said, like, I'd like to be president of the company.
Mm-hmm.
So, so Joe was working for my mom, and I had my best friend, you know, working for me in SunFed as well, Sharon. And Joe and Sharon ended up getting together.
Okay.
Getting married. Was the maid of honor of the wedding. And I'll never forget, it was about the time I was made president of the company. Joe asked to have a meeting with my mom and I. I remember going into the conference room, and he said, it was a Tuesday, and he said, by the way, I know that you're going to be making all the president of the company, and I think I'm just going to go in a different direction. She was my mom's general manager at the time. He said, I'm going to open an export business or some story he told us.
Yeah.
About what he was going to do. And I'll never forget, like, feeling kind of anxious about that because Joe was really
Well, he's the GM. Yeah.
the store salesperson. We were just moved off the produce market into a warehouse. So we were really very close to the business.
So did you let him off the hook, or do you feel like were you feeling at the time like he was leaving because you were taking a, okay.
But of course, I found out afterwards, you know, that he'd already borrowed money from some of our customers. He'd already started his company, but we didn't know that at the time. So most people don't know this. He and Sharon started a little right.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And then,
Oh, cool.
you know, and so we became a direct competitor, so he was going into the export business. And what was interesting about that time is that you feel kind of betrayed when someone says that, but that happens all the time in the cannabis industry and in any industry. But it made me be a sharper business person. So I remember strategizing about, so I knew Joe well enough, so I knew and he knew us. So what would he think we were going to do, and then we would do something different. So it was a really difficult time, and you know, now it's not uncommon for someone to leave a company and start their own business. Back in the 1980s, you know, it was very
Yeah.
unusual. And so, you know,
Well, and you're 30. I mean, you're brand new into this role, and all of a sudden you get hit with that right out of the box.
what was interesting, I mean, it's a really great learning experience, and you know, I learned early on that it was important to, you know, be cordial to people, even, you know, it wasn't personal, right? To be cordial to people.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, as I walked around the show yesterday here, I always we call it the Freedom's Alumni Club. There's many members that are in other parts of the industry. You know, I feel like they got their training at Freedom's and they've gone on to do great things.
That is awesome. Yeah, you know, I mean, that's the thing. You know, within the journey, there's always different things that happen, turning points and stuff like that. So,
You feel like your world's going to end at the time, but obviously looking back, you're smiling about it.
You know, the best thing someone can do for you is be a really tough competitor.
Yeah.
Because they, you know,
100%.
until they make it stronger.
Sure.
So, and I would imagine in this produce industry that so many people have gotten their best ideas and their best success because they were pushed up against the wall.
Yeah.
I mean, I think of the whole RPC business today.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
alien, still to a certain degree, to some people.
all right. So you come into the business, not planning to. 30, you're made president, that's super young. I don't care what industry or business you're in, right? So, with your mom, I mean, you know, she built the business, right? She's the one that got it started. How was that, right? So now you're in charge. How in the world was that relationship, and how did you manage into that? I mean, that seems like a pretty tall.
You mean
deal.
like did she let go of the reins? Like,
Well, yeah, I mean,
right
just
away.
all of it. I mean,
Or
I
was
can
it
only imagine
a
that
progression?
being a difficult. And so, let's see.
So what my mom did, so when she said, I was going to become president, she said, well, I'm going to write a letter to the entire industry. This is before fax machines. Okay, there was no email, so we wrote letters.
Carrier pigeon.
Come on, Karen. Was there a time before fax machines? I don't know. You know what? Nobody even knows what a fax machine is today. I mean, me and you're talking about something that's old technology anyway.
We use those for target practice.
To the industry. So I said, Mom, when you write the letter, please tell everyone that nothing will change. And she said, absolutely not. I actually expect you to make changes. So what she announced in the letter was that she was going to go on her first ever 2-week vacation. So I was made president on July 1st,
That's awesome. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Right. Oh my God. You're kidding me. Into kiwi. So, all right. Well, that was so that. Yeah, I mean, I had just gotten into the business early on. Actually, I had not started at Chiquita at that point in time. I was working for Fred. I was working for him, but I was working at another company. But
I can't stop thinking about. I'm sorry, I got to back up to the college thing. So if you watch the documentary, her mom talks about going to UCLA and paying $26 a semester. That blew my mind.
Yeah.
At UCLA,
Yeah.
26 bucks. Yeah, exactly. It's hilarious.
$26 was a lot of money back then, buddy.
Oh man, for UCLA, can't even get a parking pass for that. A
Yeah.
day pass.
No, you can. Yeah, you couldn't park there for that now. All right, so we're running up against time. I mean, there's so much to get through. So all right, now let's fast forward. Right, so you sold the damn business. I mean, just a little bit about that, and then I want to talk a little bit about your blog and what you're doing, where you're going now.
What's keeping you busy now?
So my sister and I own our company.
Yep.
And since 1990, and each of our kids, both of us have 2 kids, was given the opportunity for summers, just like we were, no pressure to go into business. And one of the 4 kids decided that they wanted to have my own stuff.
Right.
So Alex started working for us in 2011, and she started as the marketing promotion, running trade shows, moving up, and then eventually went into sales. And became director of sales, and got married, and had a baby. And about that time, I was working with a business coach. I had her working with my business coach. I think everyone always needs someone as a sounding board.
Mm-hmm.
It's not their direct boss, or their mom, or a coworker. And so apparently Alex had been talking with his business coach, and I never knew what they talked about. So she came back from maternity leave, and he's like, "Hey, Alex, better talk to your mom." So I found this out later. So she comes to my office one day, and she's like, "Mom, I need to talk to you." And I said, "Okay." And she said, "I just want you to know, I love the business. I want to work in the business, but I don't want to own the business." And she was kind of our plan, right?
Yeah.
Company, she's in management, and I said, kind of like my mom was very supportive of me, I said, "Well, thanks for telling me. I'm glad you figured it out and you're honest about it, and no hard feelings."
Right.
Go back to work. then I went to my sister's office and I said, well, so much for plan A. We're going to have to go to plan B. It was during COVID and,
Yeah.
there's a lot of things happening as you get older. You don't want to, we did not want to be our mom at 90 years old still coming to the office.
Right.
So we decided the best thing to do was to find a trusted buyer for our company. So we hired an investment banker and we went to market it. And we were really fortunate that we ended up partnering with Legacy and Produce in Anaheim. And there were so many synergies between our two companies. And of course, when I was negotiating with them, they quickly recognized that the biggest asset they would want was Alex and her relationship to the business. She and I had worked together for so long.
Right.
To develop that. And so there's no hard feelings on her part, or we're so happy with the people that she's working with now. And she's the third generation carrying on the legacy. So funny, their name is Legacy.
Wow.
Carrying on the legacy, yeah.
Spooky.
Business, and they're so respectful of the brand. And they people walk the show, they'll see CrEd, and they'll see the other company, Legacy and IFCO. And it's really been a fantastic situation. She's my assistant at 6 months. And I'm doing a great job. Every once in a while she calls her mom for advice, or sometimes she laughs, she'll text me, Mom, do you have the mobile number for this buyer or that buyer?
That's awesome. Yeah, because, obviously for the industry, you guys, the company, it was pretty shocking, right? Companies being sold, I don't think anybody would have predicted that. But I got to tell you, she's smart, Alex. Owning a business and being in that, you know what? It's a lot more fun to be working versus trying to run it, because as you know, that there's a lot comes with that ownership.
And that's what she realized, is that, the stress.
Yeah.
She got a front row seat.
Yeah, she did. Actually, she did.
Yeah.
So she was as much a business partner for me.
All right. So just as we get close to wrapping up, now you're very active on not social media per se, but you do a blog and you're out, you post stuff and share things. What keeps you, as Ed said, what keeps you busy now? What is it you're looking to do? What's the next step?
Well, I started blogging, back in 15 years ago.
Okay.
I was inspired by John Mackey, the founder of Equifruit.
Mm-hmm.
Every CEO should have their own voice separate from the corporation. So I started my blog with on Karen's Plate back then, just as a way to talk about credit, talk about business, talk about life. And then when I sold the business, I stopped it, really, because I was going to be working for a while, and I took a year off.
Okay.
Because I think after the stress of running a business for more than 30 years, I needed a break. And then it came to me that really what I wanted to do was help other leaders be successful, to deal with the challenges they have. So I started an executive business coaching practice.
Okay.
And I have clients both in Produce and not in Produce. They're all owners, CEOs, leaders. And I help them, I'm their business coach, just as I'm their business coach. And I was talking with, I had dinner with a colleague last night, and she said, I could not run my business without my coach. That it's so important to have an independent person who's not in the business, who can work on the business, talk about strategy, talk about challenges. You can't confide in with an employee.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, or a board, right? So that's what I'm doing. So I'm doing enough of that that I'm busy. I do have room for a couple more clients in my portfolio, because it's not a lifetime relationship, right? So I care my clients, and then they
Yeah.
move on, and then meanwhile,
They get so successful they don't need you anymore.
and then spend a little time golfing now. I love golfing, which I never had time to
Oh, get the hell out.
Awesome.
not that great, but
We'll have to play one day.
Well,
played 18 of the top 100 golf courses already, because my husband's an avid golfer, so he,
That's awesome.
and is your husband in the business?
no, he's a professional speaker and CEO coach. We met 25 years ago. He started my CEO group, and then we ended up getting all together
Wow.
5 years ago.
Very
Huh.
nice.
Really cool. Well, if I didn't say it already, you have to watch Fear No Fruit. Yeah. I
Fear
almost
no
messed it up.
fruit. And then where do they find you? What's your executive coaching? What's the website?
Karen Kaplan. So it's www.karenkaplan.com. And
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've seen your blog. You actually you do some nice stuff. I mean, you're a very good writer. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, I'm getting the sign that we've got to wrap this up. Yeah, the hook the hook is coming out. Karen, really appreciate you taking the time off the show floor and coming and sit down with us. Certainly, a lot of things you and how you got here, and hopefully.
Can I just say we're gonna have to have a part 2 because I feel
you can say that.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Hopefully she'll come back.
Yeah.
You know what? I want to go to L.A. though, and let's do it.
Oh, that'd be cool. Oh, hey, done. You don't play golf, do you?
Well, not very well. No, why? I
can't believe I didn't know that one.
I didn't know that one either. I'm sorry. I
didn't know that one.
That was brand new, but I will be using it, I can promise you. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the rest of your time here in Atlanta. And, yeah, we'll see you soon in San Clemente. All right.
We'll be there. Thanks, Karen.
All right. Thanks.
Welcome, everyone. We're now being joined. Thanks for joining us, first of all. But we're now being. I need to start over.
Well, we're live, so there's no starting. There's no starting over. Everybody that's listening now is just like,
all right.
What is he doing? He said, "This a practice run."
It's a practice run. It's training wheels. Hey, that's the challenges of working live. All right, so welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We're now being joined by Jenny Coleman, co-owner and president of Equifruit. Good morning, Jenny. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Happy to be here.
I'm clearly here with my handsome co-host, Craig Slate. Yeah. Well, you were complimenting
You were trying to think of something funny.
Yeah, I was, but I figured it'd be nice. It's still early. So yes, thank you for joining us. We're here at the Global Produce and Floral Expo in Atlanta,
beautiful
Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia.
It's been a long week. It's been great. It's been a great week. Definitely exciting. Huge facility. A lot going on. It's now in the third day. How many days have you been here,
I don't
Jenny?
know. Tuesday. I got here Tuesday.
Tuesday you've got here.
This is Saturday morning.
Is it Saturday?
Else do the math.
Is that today? I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Well, it's once a year, right?
Yeah. This is once a year, but we've got like 20 other shows
but
that
this facility
also are once a year, so it calculates at about 20 weeks we do this.
We did a lot of walking this week.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Do you know how large this facility is?
No, how large is the facility?
3.9 million square feet.
Oh my.
Yeah. So
did you
there's
know
a lot of ground to cover.
Did you know it was 3.9 million?
That'll be part of my bank of trivia now, though.
There you go.
Just pull that out at the right time.
Whenever you need it.
If you get nothing else from this show, you got the square footage of this place.
We can just cut now, can't we? We're done.
We can stop right now, right?
That's right.
So, Jenny, where do you live? Where are you based? For our audience.
Yeah, I'm based in Montreal,
Okay.
Canada. And flew down here, no time change. It's amazing.
But you haven't lived there your whole life, right? So we I guess for context, we visited at the reception the other night at the aquarium, which was an awesome aquarium, by the way. Just side note, if you've never been.
Plug.
Again, square footage and aquarium.
I don't know the square footage, but I'll get the gallons capacity for you here in a minute. But we did touch base and spoke for a little while. I believe you attended university in Germany, right?
Well, the bulk of my university was in Toronto, and then I did my third year of university in Germany. I did a master's at the University of Toronto. I did another master's later at another Canadian university called Western, which is in London, Ontario, not the UK.
Not the other London.
Sadly. Yeah. So I am Canadian, but I have lived in many parts of the world. My dad did international work, so we lived in Washington, D.C. when I was a little person, and then in France for 3 years, so I speak fluent French, which is very useful in Quebec.
Yeah.
I'm what we call in Canada an Anglophone. English is my mother tongue, but of course I live now in the French-speaking province of our country. And as an adult, I've sort of continued that international curiosity, so I did part of my studies in Germany, and after university I went and worked for 2 years in Namibia in southern Africa on a volunteer program. That really opened my eyes to what life is like in a totally different part of the world, and reminded me that fundamentally we're all the same. We all want what's best for our kids. We want safety and security. We want meaningful work, no matter where we're from. And this really ties into the work that I do now at Equifruit, which I'm sure we'll get to.
Sure. So I was thinking just one thing. What brought you to the conclusion of your path to volunteer work, the Namibia 2 years? How did that opportunity present itself, or how did you come to the realization that you want to do that, or that you needed that?
I think that, I had a great time at university, and I loved my year in Germany, and I just felt that I knew a lot about Europe and Germany more specifically, and having had this childhood experience in France, I just felt like, I kind of figured this out, and there's a whole lot more to the world to discover. And I had lined up through my church to go and work in Brazil with the twin diocese of the Anglican Church. Oh my gosh, we're really in the mudworks right now. But that fell through, and then I was like, oh gosh, that was going to be my opportunity to see something, and so I sought out other opportunities. And the program in Namibia, which doesn't exist anymore, was called World Teach. It was run by it's an American program run by the Harvard Institute for International Development. And I was just intrigued by it. Namibia at the time had been independent of South Africa only a few years. They had, at independence, chosen English as their new official language, replacing Afrikaans, which was seen as kind of the language of the oppression of the apartheid years. And they needed a whole wave of teachers to come and help teachers improve their English so there'd be a ripple effect in the classrooms. And I just found that fascinating, and it was. But soon after I got to my school, I realized we didn't have a teacher for our grade 2 class, and so I just jumped in as a classroom teacher. I wasn't trained to do that. And I realized, how can you get kids to read or learn if there's no read from? Really had no resistance. So my energy is building. I wrote to and friends and if I'd known you. And set up a library at school. Left a library of about 5,000 library school items. I came home and did the second master's that I just hoping the first librarian you've ever had on the show. You see, I'm breaking pathways.
You are
everywhere.
Right, jump into the life. So, Equifruit is and I was under the understanding you were the founder, but you were so real curious from libraries.
Bananas.
That's the name. Who goes for you?
It'll be a magazine. Yeah. So after the library school, I didn't ever work in a library.
You didn't.
That's right. Come on. My first job out of the master's was in a banking insurance agency organization in the heart of what Canada would call your Wall Street.
Right, the financial district.
That's right, in Toronto. And from there I got recruited to McKinsey, the consulting firm.
Now, were you a trader? Were you a stock trader?
No, I was running their information center.
Okay.
And
their library, so to speak.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it was already by then. This was 1999, so it was already pretty much digital already.
Right.
But at any rate, moved to McKinsey, moved to a Canadian manufacturing company called Bombardier, which has now kind of been split up. But at the time, we did planes and trains.
Yeah.
And soon after I started, they said, "Hey, why don't you go get your feet wet?" I started in the corporate office and the strategy team there. They said, "Why don't you go get your feet wet in operations?" I moved to Zurich in the locomotives business unit, so I may also be the first guest on your show who knows something about the global locomotives market.
Trains, planes, automobiles.
The Q&A, you can ask me all of your questions. Bombardier was a great school for me. I was in Zurich, moved to Berlin, met the person I'm now married to. We moved to Beijing. We had our first baby, back to Berlin, and finally back to Canada.
Goodness.
And that first baby, unfortunately, though I love her deeply, is profoundly disabled. And she really, not her, but her situation just turned my life upside down. You know, this kind of A-type who's thinking about this big international career now realizes that most of my life is spent caring for this little person and going to appointments and doing therapy. And Bombardier was very, honestly, 10 points to them. They were very understanding throughout all this. I even got promoted. But I just, it was just such a tough spell in my life. And we then had a couple of more kids. And when baby number 3 arrived, I just thought, I can't do this anymore. I can't carry on with my corporate job.
Right.
But basically, since that experience in Namibia as a younger person, I think that experience of building something was really well anchored in my being. And when I discovered the world of business, then I, you know, for like 15 years, I'd go home and say to my husband, you know, I've got this new business idea, and what if we do this, and what if we do that? So, yeah, when baby number 3 came, I thought, this is the moment. I'm gonna launch a business and live my life a little bit differently. And in the end, though I had a million crazy ideas.
Now you're back in Canada at this point in time?
Yeah, we're back in Montreal.
Okay, Montreal. Okay.
And instead of, you know, going from zero, I ended up finding an ad by a small business broker that said, small business with high ethical standards, suitable for somebody who's looking for flexible work. I'm like, sign me up, pick me. So I call the broker, we meet for about an hour. He asks me all kinds of questions. You know, he's trying to decide whether I'm the right fit for this business that he hasn't yet revealed. And I seem to make the cut, and he has this manila folder that he slides across a boardroom table to me, and that is Equifruit.
Seriously?
Yeah.
A business broker.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I look at this business, and my first reaction is, fruit, that's fun, which everyone listening to this knows that's like.
That's fun. That's a tagline right there.
That's
fruit,
right.
That's fun.
That's not always 100% fun. It can be pretty stressful too, but I mean, fundamentally, I love being in the produce business.
It's better than digging ditches, let's put it that way.
It sure is. And then there was the fact that this business had been 100% fair trade since day one. And that really harkened back to my younger values, you know, and the things that I learned in Namibia, that if you have meaningful economic activity happening in a community, then those people, whether it's in a village in Namibia or our growers in Peru or us here in Atlanta right now, when we have meaningful economic activity, we can make decisions ourselves about the development of our communities. And that's really what fair trade is about. We work with growers. This is not a pity project. This is not a charity. This is business. Mm-hmm. Fair trade is still business. And growers have to send us quality fruit, and we then pay a fair price for it, a price that represents the cost of sustainable production, sustainable economically, socially, and environmentally. And in addition, there's what's called the fair trade social premium. In the case of bananas, this is $1 per 40-pound case of bananas, which doesn't sound like much, but I'm sure you know the banana business.
I spent 14 years in Chiquita.
Well, there you go. So. The banana business runs on volume, and the more volume you do, the more impact you do. And yeah, I love it. It felt to me like it was just a drop from heaven, and my journey was coming full circle.
So when you bought the business, so was it Equifruit when you acquired it, or
you know, it was called Equicosta.
Equicosta?
Yeah, and 100% of people that I told about the business in the first 3 months said to me, "Oh, are the bananas from Costa Rica?" And I would say, "No." And I just thought that was kind of like a really terrible way to start every single conversation.
Right.
And so we changed the name to Equifruit. We're kind of aqua bananas right now, but we still live the dream that we will expand into other tropical fruits. You know, obviously when you learn about agricultural supply chains generally, that's, you know, even beyond fruits and vegetables, you understand that farmers have got to get paid.
Yeah.
And we could probably improve working conditions for small growers and plantation workers in a lot of commodities.
Where are you guys? Where are you guys coming out of?
Where are we sourcing from?
Yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
we're working with growers in Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, Nicaragua, and Mexico.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, immediately when you told me what the name was, the first thing went through my head is, oh, they must be in Costa Rica where they're coming out
I know,
of.
it's-
And
it
you
was just
don't do any
goofy.
out of Costa Rica.
No.
Which is crazy.
No, and they never had.
Yeah.
They just kind of loved Costa Rica.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Costa
Everybody,
Rica too.
yeah, you're
Who
gonna say,
doesn't?
if you've been to
Pura
Costa
vida.
Rica, it's a great place. It's a place to love, for sure.
It's not conducive to great conversation.
So what year did you?
That was 2013.
2013. So
Yeah.
wow.
I've been at this a day or two now.
Yeah, well, but I mean, you guys have moved fast, right? I mean, what is that? 11 years?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. so
Yeah,
good.
we, you know, as I say, when I made the joke about fruit not always being fun, I'm not going to say that those first 2 years were just 2 tons of fun. Like, we were really running. I knew nothing. I knew nothing about the produce industry, about bananas, about even running a small business. You know, I'd worked in a great big corporation where when I had an HR problem, I just call HR, and suddenly you are HR and finance and marketing and sales and operations and everything in one person. So, yeah, that was all a big shock.
And my first thought is, like, your first year, you must have had to go to the tropics quite a bit, and it seems like a daunting, long trip from Canada, but it could have gone another way. I mean, I don't know how the business was set up at the time, if you had to or needed to.
Yeah, I did, but I think that that's probably where my kind of adventurous background held me in good stead. That wasn't that scary.
Really?
It was just kind of exciting to actually understand what it was that I was trying to sell. Mm-hmm. And to this day, I just love visiting our growers. It's a way to reconnect with our mission, to understand why
you do what you do.
Why we do what we do.
Well,
exactly.
You pick the number one item in produce, and actually, I mean, undoubtedly.
And the most fun.
Well, but it bananas. 10% of a produce department's
Yeah.
sales come from bananas. 1% of the entire grocery store sells.
Yeah.
1%. If you think about all the items the grocery store sells,
know.
over 1%
It's crazy.
is bananas.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
So you pick that category.
Yeah.
But it is also, and I know from experience, the most competitive. It is ridiculous
Yeah.
how cheaply bananas are. It's
Bananas
better.
are
It's better
cheap.
today than when I was hustling bananas.
Yeah.
But it's still ridiculous the amount of people that touch and where they ship from, because everything comes from, you
How
know.
far?
Yeah, it's nothing's close, and so. Yeah, you didn't step off into one of the easier produce categories. So you picked, like I say, the big boy.
Yeah, but don't you think that in life, if we had 100% of the information, we'd never do anything, right?
Oh.
I was completely naive. I was totally naive. And so part of those first couple of years, we're trying to figure out what's your story. What story are you telling when you're selling a different kind of banana?
Yeah.
We're still selling a Cavendish banana. We don't do taste tests unless you have a very fine palate and can pick up the sweet taste of trade justice. You know, it's the same banana. It's been grown differently because it's been grown more sustainably by people who are earning a fair wage and where growers are investing in their land and thinking about tomorrow, you know? But it's a huge challenge to sell a mindset change. You know, we just have added a salesperson to our team. This is her second week. And last week I said to her, Your business card may say sales manager, but what you are doing is changing mindsets. We go in and we speak to retailers, we say we understand that for literally 100 years, the banana shtick has been to sell throughout the supply chain, but you know, particularly at retail, to keep banana prices very, very low to attract customers into store. We're here to tell you two things. One, this has had consequences. This has consequences at origin that then have global consequences. Like, just think about migration patterns, you know? That's just one element. I don't want to get into the global geopolitics of it all, but we can't deny that. And the second thing is that retailers themselves aren't making any money. The difference between the low prices at retail and what a sustainable price would be for that banana is an enormous gulf. We're not like fighting over 3 or 4 cents a pound. Yeah. You know, we say, take the time to do a reset on your banana program. Rethink your procurement of this commodity. Partner with a company like Equifruit that has the credibility to have always done fair trade, and raise banana prices. And guess what? The sun is still going to come out. You know, it's amazing. Have you seen that there's sun out today?
Yeah.
Despite the fact,
even though you guys, even they're taking banana prices up, you know what?
Despite the fact that we have been on the list of Canada's top growing companies for 3 years in a row now, by partnering with retails to raise banana prices, and the sun still comes out.
Imagine that.
Yeah. There it is.
You know, and that's again, in this business, right? I mean, it's interesting to hear, you know, and obviously your background, starting libraries and all those, that whole history kind of has brought you into the produce business to where people will look at it completely different, right? Because it is how the business is done, and it is driving to that lowest cost as you can. I mean, across everything. So I say it's interesting in the story that you tell. Honestly, I guess I probably wasn't as clear on Equifruit and the whole mission, but that's a good sales pitch.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's
you very, very, very well constructed sales pitch there for sure. No, it makes a lot of sense.
We often say that we're aiming for, well, it's our vision, global fair trade banana domination, and that's our vision. That doesn't mean that Equifruit is going to get 100% of that pie. What we want to do is to change the banana industry, and we want our competitors to be on board with this too. We want them all giving the same message. That 100-year era of low prices with terrible consequences, that's done. Let's try a new version of this banana supply chain or banana business model.
Global fair trade, banana domination.
Banana domination.
I like the domination.
So, but I think it has an. You know, the other thing is, I mean, you speak about but it's an umbrella effect, right? I mean, you know, if you guys are able to do it with the big category, right?
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, you know, obviously you as a company, I'm sure will pineapples, mangoes, those, but as an industry, if you get a mindset to change in that particular category, then potentially you've got because it's a tough business all the way through, especially at the farm level. Yeah. The farm level is where it is honestly the hardest way to make money is in the farming side of it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you can see this, but farmers got to get paid, baby.
Farmers got to get paid.
You know? So that was a really nice wind-up. Thank you. Yeah. I don't think you even knew that.
I did not know that.
She was looking for a spot for that.
She fitted in right there.
Oh, yeah.
Very well.
It was very timely.
Well, I've seen, is Mason just waving at us because he likes us?
I think he's
trying to tell us
some sort of calisthenics.
Oh my gosh, he's always
jumping
exercising.
jacks or something.
I don't know what he does.
It might have been that triple espresso he had before we started, but As usual, our time went by way too fast, but I get the feeling that this won't be the last conversation we have with Jenny. So, I learned something today. I'm sure our listeners will learn something today, or when they listen to this podcast.
Yeah.
Video.
Well, and really appreciate you coming in. Like I say, because honestly, for your company, I mean, there's not a lot of the story. Most people don't even don't know you, frankly, right? You're kind of behind the scenes, so
you really have to hit people over the head with stuff sometimes.
But it's really appreciate
I'll just go get mallets.
Yeah, really.
That might be the marketing campaign for next.
Yeah, that's right. Hit the trade show floor.
In the Bay Area, there was a logo for a pest control company, and it was a big mouse with a huge, hammer.
Oh, and a big small bug.
Like a real oversized hammer.
Yeah. They're in Arizona now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You use them? Okay. I was going to say, I told you should. Huh? Yeah, it's a great marketing campaign. Yeah. All right.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for being
here. I
here.
hope that your listeners will follow Equifruit. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn and look for the banana basses.
Banana Badass.
Exactly.
That's right.
But now it's not bananabadass.com, is it?
No, it's actually, I think we've got that.
Do you?
I think that may be.
If not, we should go.
That domain
lock
may
it
be
up.
owned by us.
Yeah.
But equifruit.com, EQUIFRUIT.com. Of course, we're on LinkedIn. We're on Instagram. Is great to follow. I take no credit for this because I have this team of brilliant people working for me who have brains that I should be studied by science. They're so creative and wonderful. We're on TikTok. We do a little bit on Twitter, but not much. Yeah, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok.
Yeah, you guys are very proficient with your social media, so you do a great job. Thank you very much. Like I say, love to have. I mean, you're obviously a risk taker, which I love, and you all over the place. Like Ed said, we're going to have you come back, and we'll do this again.
Well, we'll do a field trip. Well, I want to do something.
You want to go to Canada, don't you?
Canada
sure.
or down to origin, meet our growers.
What's that?
Or down to origin to meet our growers.
Honestly,
oh my gosh, let's do
either.
that. I'd love. You been to the tropics?
No.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah. All right, done.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Now we got to try and have fun with this, right? We got to recreate. We got to recreate what we just did. So anyway,
extend the fun.
All right, Tanya. Apparently you didn't get to hear, but hello, babe. Hope you're doing good. Hope all's great in Tucson. So, all right, Ed. We've got us another guest. You know, somebody has decided to join us here today, hailing from Canada. Is that right?
I call it Texas of the North, but
Texas
okay.
of the North.
Yeah, I think.
Why do you call it that?
I don't know. I've just heard it called Texas of the North and Texas, Canada of the South. Is there an Alamo there? I don't think so.
Do you have an Alamo?
There's a
No.
There.
Not that I know.
There's a connection. Let's just say there's a kindred spirit. I work with several Canadians, and
do you?
Yeah, I feel like we see eye to eye on a lot of things. I may be wrong. They might be just fooling me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, why don't you do your formal introduction so we can make this as buttoned up as possible?
For sure. So joining us today is Mr. Jan Branco, lead produce sourcing innovation and CEA development at Sobeys. Thanks for joining us, Jan.
Well, thanks for having me.
That's a badass last name.
Thank you.
I love your last name.
Thank you. It's Portuguese.
Is it really?
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with horses?
No.
I wonder what the lineage is on that name.
I don't know, but I'm gonna look it up now. He's piqued my curiosity.
It means white.
I'm sorry?
It means white.
In Portuguese?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
There you go.
So replace the R with the L and it's
Bronco.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nothing to do with horses.
Yeah.
Apparently.
That's awesome.
Well,
Jan's been here all week, just as we have. You've spoken on some panels as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
I caught part of it. There was a lot going on in that session that day. How did that go, by the way?
I thought
or maybe share with our audience what the topics were, what y'all were speaking about that day.
Yeah, the main topic or the overarching topic was around how can marketers or grower, at least how I got it, like because marketer can include growers, right, and producers, and retailers work better together and collaborate to increase produce consumption, right? So that would be the overarching topic of the.
We need more consumption.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great mission, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially if you're looking at U.S. versus Canada, where I'm from, I think the consumption per capita in up north is higher than in the U.S. So obviously, I think here it should be a mission to increase consumption.
So I mean, and I'm going to put you on the spot, and if I put you on the spot, we'll have to cut this out. But what is the difference in consumption? I'm curious because I'm fairly familiar with European consumption.
Right. I don't have the exact number, so I know you're putting me on the spot, but I do know that per pound, per kg, per capita it's higher in Canada.
Yeah, Europe's almost double U.S. per capita consumption when it comes to fruits and vegetables.
Right. So I wouldn't know where Canada stands versus Europe, but it's certainly higher than the States.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Texas, Texas of the North. Is Texas a pretty big consumption area for fruits and vegetables?
I would say a pretty big consumption area. Let's just put it
South
that
Texas,
way.
yeah, for sure.
Definitely need to do a little more of walking the talk, for sure. Even in the produce industry. I mean, we talk about that all the time in our other shows. As folks in the industry, even like really walking the talk, and people who are selling this product, consuming it and taking advantage of the health benefits is definitely. I think we could all use more of that. Let's put it that way.
Right, and what's interesting is I'm on the retail council, and a lot of the conversation is around that. Is how do we educate customers? How do we remove barriers to increase consumptions and so on and so forth? And how do we provide more access to low-income family? You guys are, I think, well familiar with that WIC program.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the kind of topic that keeps popping up in the retail council.
Start them early, and educate them. Yeah, for
Absolutely.
sure. All right, so we could get into all the heady stuff of produce and consumption, but let's talk about you, a leader in the industry, out of Canada, the Texas of the North, as Ed will call it. But seriously, tell us about you. So Portuguese last name.
Right.
Where are you originally from?
I'm originally from Montreal, the Montreal area.
Okay.
So born and raised as a francophone, not knowing a single word of English. Learned my English when I started to work at Loblaws later on. So
Really?
in my early 20s I learned English actually. So,
Wow.
which is kind of interesting.
How many languages do you speak?
Two. French and English.
Okay. No Portuguese.
No Portuguese, unfortunately. And I tell my dad, like, why?
Yeah,
Why?
exactly. Yeah.
I guess it wasn't part of his.
It's not too late.
No, you're absolutely right. But I guess the older you get, the more difficult it is. But
Of the languages I've thought about trying to I speak Spanish and English, and I know Portuguese is very different than Spanish.
Yeah.
But it still intrigues me. It intrigues me because it seems so difficult to me. To my ear, at least, it sounds like.
Yeah.
I don't remember how the history plays out, but it's almost, it sounds like a hybrid of Spanish and German.
Yeah.
To me, like not knowing hardly any
Right.
words in Portuguese.
I don't know like the roots, just like you. But yeah, it sounds like it could be it.
Yeah.
All right. So, young Bronco, young Bronco. What was it like growing up?
It was so my dad was and still is in agriculture. So I grew up surrounded by hundreds of acres of lands of black soil or muck soil. They were growing green onions, radishes, and all kinds of greens, cooking greens. So my very first paid job was at 14, and my dad put me to work. And actually, if you could give an award to a parent to teach a hard-working lesson, I think he would win it, because it was a carrot field, and I would just weed the carrot field like on my knees at 14. So that was like a hard lesson as a first job. So that was my first contact, really, per se.
So you're at 14 on your knees in a field, and
Correct.
you're thinking to yourself, "This is what I want to do with the rest of my life."
Not necessarily.
Where did I go wrong?
Yeah.
Exactly. Is this punishment or
Yeah,
what? Right?
exactly.
Thanks, Dad.
Well, so you start there. Family's
Yeah.
in the business. Did you always think you were going to be a produce person?
No, and really, so this was obviously more of a summer job. But then when I turned 16, I started to work at the local grocery store that was Provigo back then. That was purchased by Loblaws later on, and yeah, I started part-time in the produce department, and then the rest is history. I never looked back, actually. So.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so and then to run you through my journey, so it started like 31 years ago. I can hardly believe for how long I've been in the industry, but I'm feeling older every time I mention this. But so the first 8 years were in the stores. So I started part-time, and then after 3 years I became produce manager. So I worked in about 4 different stores. They were all maxi stores, like discount banner. And then after that, there was an opportunity for me to work at the warehouse, at the distribution center on the operation side. And I did that for about, I'm going to say, a year and a half. And then an opportunity came up to work on the QC side, on quality control side. And then I think this is where it really started, because I really enjoyed that. So I did that for a few years. And then really the spark was when Loblaws was establishing a field team in Canada. So they were opening up positions in different regions. So applied, and I got that vendor development manager role in Quebec. And I was covering Quebec, but also the maritime provinces. And this was my first experience with the working directly with the growers. And then this was about 2010, give or take.
Yeah.
And this is when I really got on the road, and then get to know growers from all over the province, but also in the Maritimes. So with English Canada, right? Because we have 2 Canadas, if you don't know. And so there's Quebec and the rest of the country, the Rock. They call it the Rock, the rest of the country. And then so I had a blast for I'm gonna say about 2-3 years in that position. And then at that time, a position of senior manager opened up at the So Fresh office in Fresno, California. So I threw my name in the hat, and I got the job. So Loblaws relocated me in Fresno, basically, from Montreal, which was quite the culture shock. And then so from there I started working more directly with the team, like the entire team. So we had, and they still have, people positioned across the country, across the U.S., Mexico, South America, and Spain. So I really got like exposure to a number of regions. So, and then while I was there, I got promoted to senior director. So then I got to run the team for a bit. And about like 2016, my wife and I were like, okay, so we've been here.
So you're in Fresno at this time?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're still in Fresno
in
2016. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So we made the decision to go back to Canada, just because we were far from the family. Like,
right.
It was finding it a little bit hard. But we moved to Ontario rather than Quebec because the procurement office, Loblaw's procurement office, is in Cambridge, Ontario. So moved to Kitchener in 2016, where I continued to manage the team from there. And about 2 years after or so, I made the jump from Loblaws to Sobeys. So yesterday, I guess, I celebrated 6 years with Sobeys already. So time flies.
Congrats.
So I've held a few positions within Sobeys, like on the merchandising side, on the procurement side, overseeing QC, overseeing the field operation. And now, since I'm going to say about eight months, I've been focusing on this current role that I have, which is focusing on innovation within produce, but also looking at the whole controlled environment, agriculture development, right? So to make sure that Sobeys is at the forefront of it.
Wow, that's a heck of a story. So
yeah.
I was going to ask you. I mean, I think if we talk to a lot of young people. There have been shows where we talk to, I say kids, but young people that are still in college, about to launch their careers. We've talked to some professors about kind of the same subject, and I think if we've talked to folks and say to them, try to learn as much as you can. And my question is, so I would say you've done things very well. How much you knew that you were doing it, at the time, or how aware you were of like learning all of the facets of the business over time? Was it intentional, or at the time were you thinking that was somebody guiding you or leading you to that, or was it just strictly opportunity driven and circumstance?
I would say it's opportunity driven. You don't necessarily realize, and you don't I didn't have like a clear end goal to reach. I was just rolling with it and just having a blast doing it, and I've always really enjoyed the relationship aspect, within the produce industry, and I get along with people, and I love building those relationships, and I think that's what makes us better, right? And no, it's just, I wouldn't say like, probably by accident, so to speak, right? As opportunities came up, right? They often say chance is like when preparation meets the opportunity, right? But I didn't really prepare. Like I just learned like within those different roles and changing countries and having the privilege to visit growers and suppliers from around the world, right? Like, and understanding what keeps them up at night and what they're aiming for, and then you realize that whether you're a small grower like in Quebec or you're a big corporation wherever in the world, or in Chile or Spain, like you're all trying to achieve the same thing, right? It's grow a good piece of fruit and sell it and for people to consume, right? So at the end of the day, we're not saving lives, we're just feeding people, which is a super noble cause, right?
But with every move, there was clearly risk, right? So you're not,
of course,
you don't sound like a risk-averse person. I mean, there's a risk with every move, right? But it seems like every move you made was for the better.
Yeah,
I mean, there might have been some hiccups and speed bumps in there, but
yeah,
I think that's a lesson. There's a lesson in that as well, right?
Absolutely, and a funny story. And so when I applied for that role in California, like I fondly remember, so I'm in Montreal, stuck in the traffic, oh surprise, and then my phone rings and it's the VP of procurement that calls me. And he goes, Jan, I know you applied. You know, we can make it happen. Like I'm reading, you know, between the line, and
right.
But like if you say yes, like you say yes, because once the train departs and that whole relocation process starts, like we don't want to have to.
There's
stop.
No getting off the train.
Thank you. Yeah. Exactly. So like okay, so his name is Frank. So I said, Frank, yeah, let me speak with my wife, just because the conversation I had with my wife up to this point, like she's willing. I have to give it to her. Like we would never have, you know, moved down to Cali, obviously without her support, and because you know back then we had 2 very young kids too, so it's a big move, and nobody speaks English, right? Like quite frankly. So I get home, so we have dinner, and I said, her name is Maryse. I said, Maryse, we gotta talk after dinner, right? So we sit down, and so she sits down and said, listen, I had Frank call me, and looks like it's gonna happen, but if we're in, we're in, right? Like there's no going back. She looks at me, no hesitation, I'm in, when do we leave? I'm like, and from that point on I understood, I was like, okay, there's no going back.
Yeah, perfect.
But you're absolutely right, because now you're you know, taking your family to a different country and different culture, obviously different reality, different language. So, and am I going to enjoy that job? Am I going to be miserable? Right? Like so then what if I don't like it? What if we don't like it? Right? Like it's a big move. It's not like I'm switching from this company to this company from across the street. Because now you're, you know, in a matter of a few days, like you sold the house, the cars are on a flatbed to California, like, and you've got 4 luggage with your kids. That's it. Like, and then you just go, right? So that was risk.
You have to make the best of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at the same time, it's an opportunity, right? I mean, definitely
absolutely.
To expose your children to a different world.
A different language too. They're now bilingual, which is awesome.
Right.
And yeah, like great experience to be in California, in the salad bowl of the U.S. and you know be on the ground and really get a deep understanding of like the forces in play, right? And the season, the regions, the players. So which
so
was,
in total, how many years were you there?
3.5.
3.5. That's significant.
Yeah, it is. Like that was long enough to.
So I'm curious about the bumps, though. All right, so Ed mentioned, you know, through this journey, you know, do you got a particular bump, challenge throughout this journey that you faced that you had to overcome?
You know, I'm gonna say, I can't pinpoint one bump in particular, but there were a few times in my career where, you know, I wasn't successful as I thought I would be. And really I had to take a step back, but I think over the years, like I've developed lots of resilience, and I think one of the thing I think that is I feel strongly about is my passion for produce and the relationship with the people, right, within the industry, and I'm just a passionate guy, and then I always try to make the most out of any successes or failure, right? Or step back,
right.
I would say, right? So you got to roll with the punch and then just keep going. And I guess I think you learn things every time, and how, like, okay, how could I have approached this, you know, in a different way? Like, what did I do wrong, so to speak? And so there's lots of learning, and I think that's the important. And I think failure is part of success, right?
100%.
In your journey, right? It's not a flat line. Anyway, for me, it was a little bit of I wouldn't say a roller coaster, but ebbs and flows throughout my career, where I had to take a step back and take it on the chin, and then you
reevaluate and recalculate. Yeah.
Recalculate, and then just like you pick you get back up, you dust off, and then you keep going, right? So.
That's great.
So you're in the innovation space for produce. It's not necessarily known for an innovation in terms of produce. We tend to be way behind when it comes to innovation. What you know? We know about indoor growing, and I'm a big believer that that is somebody's going to figure that out.
Right.
Not. I mean, let's face it. Canada really for North America, they were the forerunners in terms of bringing that from Europe into the glass houses and things like that. There's no question about that. But now where we sit today, right? So beyond the glass, beyond that. Is AI, is that in your vision right now, is it AI that's going to be the big difference maker for the industry? Or what do you see, or what do you, I guess, looking forward, what do you think is going to be the game changer for the industry in terms of innovation?
I think AI will certainly be one, and I think it will be a big enabler, with the different aspect of the industry and each part of the supply chain, right? Like it's becoming more and more evident. But I think the next, because you've talked about the greenhouses or the glass houses, but then now we've got, I'm saying now, like we've seen or heard all the vertical farms, right?
Yeah.
That obviously there's a few years ago there was a big frenzy about it, right? And it went like a little bit like when you're looking at the investment within the sector, obviously it went significantly. There was a big correction, right? And people going bankrupt and everything. So, but I think despite the fact that it's been difficult, I think it's there to stay, and it's going to be part of the portfolio in terms of like from a retailer perspective in terms of sourcing produce, right? I don't think it's going to replace everything, obviously, but it's going to be there, right? And we need to see it as it's a long game. It's still a young industry. Like I'm putting greenhouse aside because it's been there for decades and centuries in some cases, right? But I think the vertical farming will continue to evolve and hopefully become profitable. Because it's still difficult.
It's a tough business when you're growing in dirt to make money in this business, and then when you start.
Let alone, when you invest like $60 or $80 million in one farm, right? And in capex, it makes it even more difficult. But I have faith in the industry. Like it's going to correct itself, and then people will learn. And because if you look at the vertical farming for the last, let's call it 10, 12 years, it has evolved a lot. Right, like from a LED efficiency point of view, or many different things within vertical farming. But I think the industry will continue to mature. And one thing I often share with leadership at my company is like, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. Like we need to be careful on how we go about it, right? Like, and so if you go. We had one experience where we went really fast, and it was very painful when it failed. So I think obviously we have that under our belt, so it's a good learning. So leadership is very receptive, and they are expecting us to get involved, but like in a methodical manner, right, and thoughtful manner with with different players. And I think the challenge too is that. We've been doing business for decades on reputation and track record, and then I know you, I'm going to be buying your product. Like we've been doing business for 5, 10, 20, 25 years, right? So it makes it easier, but then those players are coming along with no track record and those big promises, right? And big plans, big ambition, quite frankly. And for us as retailer, I call it the leap of faith. Like so it's very challenging for retail to navigate those water. So
I mean, outsider looking in on and we're actually involved with SunFed is involved with an indoor very small project we're doing some stuff with, but outside looking in on some of the bigger things, I feel like and you can comment one way or the other, but I feel like that they don't usually have enough produce actual people involved with these projects. It is the people that are technically smart, they understand the technology piece of it, but they don't understand this business and the competitiveness of it, and
like markets and
and markets and things like that. I mean, would you agree that that's been kind of the bigger misstep is kind of the folks that are
you're stealing words from my mouth.
Okay.
And sometimes, like I've seen very fancy deck in the past, and then you see the board of the company or the senior leadership of the company, and I'm looking through it, and I'm like, where's the farmer?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Where's the farmer? And then you get on a call with them, and then they're coming, with some like their strategy, and you're thinking like, okay, so you don't understand retail. Like, no, like, so you have to, more often than not, like take a step back with them to explain a little bit like what the retail world looks like and what we're looking for and the forces at play, and right, and what you should be looking for, what you should be coming to the table with, right? So yes, like there's lots of, it's like, whoa, like.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Yeah, and the people that are typically putting, I mean, the big money that's coming into it, they're used to software. They're used to a whole different margin setup too, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, and
highly competitive, but not perishable. Let's say.
Well, not perishable, and like I say,
Yeah.
that they legitimately have margins that are significantly bigger than what a farmer.
Yeah, and that big attitude of build it and they'll come to buy it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so it's like you sit down with them and it's like more like a no-brainer. Oh, I'm going to have that lettuce. So, of course, you're going to buy it. Maybe not, right?
Yeah.
And so,
Oh, for sure. I mean, everybody loves the story, right? It's less water, environment, all the things. It's a great story, but at the end of the day, it has to be priced where consumers, we're already battling a consumption challenge trying to grow that.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, I mean, cost is relevant.
yeah,
to
super
consumer.
relevant. Super relevant. And yeah, it's, to me, it's like, tell me, like, if you sit down with me, tell me how you're going to help me drive that program. How are we going to sell? And also, I think when we're saying, my farm uses 95% less water, it's like telling me that the Cheerios don't have cholesterol. Like, I'm expecting that. It's a baseline, or my
that's
car.
That's where you start.
Hey,
Right?
I'm selling you this Honda, and there's airbags. Well,
Okay.
they all have airbags, right? So, but then I think and if there's a message for those out there, like, wanting to get into the vertical farming industry, is like you got to approach retailers with solutions, with ideas on how to, what I tell suppliers is, the work doesn't stop once you get your product on the shelf. It doesn't stop there.
Right.
What are you gonna do to help me do more promotions? Is it a loyalty play? Is it demo at store level? Is that so? But oftentimes they come to you with some kind of costing structure, not taking any of that into account.
Right.
So then they're saying, oh, I'm gonna sell it to you at X, but then, hey, I need this, I need that. Like, I was like, oh shit, right? So.
So, I mean, with those challenges, right? So this is the question, for me, as I look at it is, will we be able to actually figure that out, right? In other words, will we be able, or is it just too much expense, too much technology to get to that next level?
I think we'll get there, but I think there's a need for more collaboration within the industry, because it's like Formula One, like 20 years ago, where like everybody was building his own model and nothing was shared, or right, like
yeah.
So then I think like people like get over the IP stuff, or you have to decide: are you a technology provider or you're a grower?
Right.
And then hopefully one day we get to a point where there's that knowledge sharing, but then someone that wants to get into the industry, then you can buy like practical solutions that are less expensive, and then you're gonna end up with the same result, with a great product, right?
Right.
I truly believe, as I said earlier, like in the past 12, 15 years, we've seen lots of progress in terms of efficiency, but I think in the next 15, I think this is where the industry will work hopefully, and you know, getting the cost down so it becomes profitable. And also we need to, I think it's important that, like, it was a frenzy, like everybody was trying to get into it,
Yeah.
like the VC, it was in the front row, but I think we need to think about where we put those farms, right? Where, as I was mentioning earlier, it's a complement to the field, to the greenhouse, so perhaps, you know, maybe it's remote location, or in you know, in Dubai. Dubai, it makes sense because obviously everything is so expensive over there, so you can probably make it work, right? So I think you need to pick your spot, your regions, and then it becomes like a portfolio. It's not, there's no silver bullet. I think that's that's what's very important. Right?
Well, let's face it, though. I mean, from, you know, what I know about CEA can fit on the head of a pin, but I did read something recently that was interesting. You know, a lot of what happened early on as far as CEA, I would assume, and still to a large degree, is out of necessity, right? In Canada, we look at weather.
Yeah.
I'm not intimately familiar with the country, but I can make a pretty good assumption that weather is a challenge.
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
I was reading about Europe after World War II, and, you know, governments in Europe, you know, obviously realizing that they were too food dependent on other countries or other sources, and that's where a lot of CEA started in Europe.
Absolutely.
So they could grow their own fruits and vegetables and be less dependent on outside sources. And it was, you know, obviously exacerbated by the results of the war. So in Canada, you know, very similar. It's not just kind of a marketing thing, right? It's a necessity. So
well, I guess it's not a coincidence that there's so many greenhouses, you know, in Leamington or across the country,
right?
Obviously, right? And what we've been seeing in the UE, like all those big investments, and, you know, in vertical farming, it's no coincidence, right? It's a desert, so
sure.
So, and it's way too hot for greenhouses. So then, okay, then, you know, vertical farming may be the option there to kind of reduce dependency on imports. So.
All right, so that's the technology. I really want to touch real quick on the consumption piece of it, right? Because that's a big deal. Both Ed and I, you know, kind of the origination of this podcast was he and I talking, and one of the big things was around, you know, some life changes that he and I went through being in this business, you know, the consumption of more fruits and vegetables and that kind of thing, and having a lifestyle change and how you eat and that kind of stuff. What is it we're missing? Why do they eat more in Europe or in Canada than North America? What is it we're missing, and how is it we make that connection?
That's $1 million question.
I know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I have to say a big piece of it is education and culture, like, you know, in your household,
yeah.
You know, growing up. One of the shock that my wife and I had when we moved down to Fresno, like in our neighborhood, obviously our kids started to have friends, and, you know, on the streets and whatnot, and you know, there was my daughter's friends, like, she would knock on the door on a Saturday morning at 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. like to play with her, and would open the door, and then she would, like, have a Dr. Pepper can.
Yeah. Breakfast of champions right there.
And I'm I'm thinking, like, oh, like, great breakfast, right? But to me, like, when we moved down, so my son was 3.5 and my daughter was 7. So the first time they had, like, a pop was in Fresno, right? Like, it's didn't, you know, obviously perhaps it's just our household, but it's just like how you're being educated on, you know, what to eat, and you have to. It's a hard battle because you're
discipline there.
There's discipline, and also it's hard because the CPG, and this is something we talk on the Retail Council, is that the CPG companies have millions of dollars in marketing.
Yeah.
Right, and then they're plastering all, you know, billboards and everything with Cheetos and chocolates and whatever, like, you know. All these things, but hey, produce is nowhere to be found on these, right? Like, there's our exception. I don't want to.
No, but 100%. I mean,
right.
I think I'm aligned with what you're talking about. I mean, you know, you mentioned I don't know if we were on the pod or before, but we talked about the WIC program,
right?
Women, Infant, and Children program. So when early in my career, '99, I was part of the leadership group. I was one of the Class 4 United Leadership Group, right?
Okay.
And the deal was getting fruits and vegetable on WIC. Okay, so it seems like a no-brainer, right? That would be there.
Yeah.
But it's not.
It took what? How many years?
It took another 10 years before
Yeah.
so I did that in '99, and it's somewhere between 7 and 10 years. I forgot exactly when it got through, but I
Right.
remember thinking, one, when we went to the Hill with it, I thought, well, this ought to be easy. Well, it's a real good lesson in how
would think-
DC works,
Yeah,
right? DC
yeah.
works very slow, even on good ideas. There, you know, I mean, you can only imagine, you know, I mean, how it does with everything else. But yeah, it took that many years to get on there. And why? Why is it? Because the money, right? The dairy industry has a ton of dollars. You know, the grain industry. Look at the food pyramid that they built when I was a kid. The food pyramid that I was taught.
There are some old marketing campaigns that are out there that are now taken as you know 100% accurate, and not all of them are. Let's say.
Yeah.
Like non-produce, right?
Yeah. So you know, it's really the dollars. It's amazing. You know, like I say, we work on a very thin margin. It's a thin margin business, particularly at the farm level, and not having the dollars to educate, but like you say, introduce at an early age.
Absolutely.
Right? You know, I mean, like you said, Dr. Pepper for breakfast, that's a normal, or was when I was a kid growing up, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to, Tanya did a lot for the kids. Dad was, in fact, the kids used to come to my office, my oldest daughter, that she liked to come to my dad's office because I had a little refrigerator there. And I had all the stuff we didn't have at home. You know? I had the Pop-Tarts, I had the Cokes and all that kind of stuff. And like I say, hats off to my wife, because she was very much an advocate on you know, the sodas. In fact, yeah, much to the chagrin of my kids, she actually ran basically the campaign to get soda machines out of the schools. She was like, why do they have Coke machines? You know, our kids were buying, you know, Cokes and chips for lunch, and it's like, that shouldn't even be there.
Right.
So anyway, shout out Tanya. There you go. A little hats off. But yeah, so yeah, as an industry, we have to figure out how do we do this without the dollars.
Yeah, or work together to get the dollars, right?
Or, yeah.
That's the piece, because obviously they have got those big name brands or brand names on the CPG side that, like, there's a few, right, within produce. So how do we work together as an industry, and perhaps with the IFPA to get front and center, right? Give visibility to the produce that I think is critical, right? Not an easy one. Like obviously I'm being realistic here, but hopefully over the years to come we can continue to move the needle on that.
A lot of it happens in DC, so we're lucky to have IFPA there fighting for. And Kathy said, "Fight for fresh" the other day, because it's worth fighting for.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, and it's folks like you with the passion that you've got, right? You know, that 14-year-old kid, you know, picking weeds, right? You know, but you learn from that, right? And now you're taking and sharing and pushing that knowledge further on. So all right. So we're I've seen the wave over there. I'm sure it was more than 5 minutes ago when he was waving at me, but so we do need to kind of draw it to a close. But real quick. Want to bring it back. So you've got 2 kids?
Yep, 2 kids.
Right. And are they in Canada? Where are they at now?
Yeah, we're all in Ontario, 15 and 18. Yeah.
Are they in the business?
No, they're not. And not planning to. But who knows?
Right. You never know how the world turns. Right?
Exactly.
Weirder things have happened.
And your spouse says she's not in the business either.
No, she's a teacher.
Okay. Very nice.
So. You know, if I may, I'd love to extend the invite to you guys to the CPMA trade show. If you're planning on being there, so I'm the convention chair this year. We're celebrating 100th anniversary, so please feel free to pop in.
Add it to the list.
So, do you by chance know Tom Coleman?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So he's going to be, and if you know Tom, he's a great personality. I mean, just a great individual, but. Contemplating the challenge both Ed and I have is literally we're going to have to go to Canada and then go straight down to Texas for Viva Fresh. So
oh, I see.
right now
Okay.
I'm trying to plan to be there, for the first couple of days and then bolt off down
Right.
to Texas. But we're going to, ideally, I brought up Tom, we're going to be able to do an interview with Mr. Coleman while we're up there in beautiful Canada.
But simply, if you want to visit, right? I'm not saying you have to bring the whole.
Definitely put it on the Fresh CrEd tour. We've got a list, but I like the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you need interesting speakers or like connections, anything, like I'm happy to help.
And since we're giving shout out to our good friend JF DeLorme for connecting us.
Yes, it was an unexpected phone call, to be honest. Like, you want to be in a podcast or what?
I get unexpected phone calls from JF.
Well, hopefully this was a good experience. Your first
Absolutely,
podcast. I hope
first
you
ever.
enjoyed it,
This was fun, lots of fun. Thanks for having me.
And
Thanks for
like
being
I
here.
say, I'm sure the listeners, like I say, it's a chance for people see your name, they see you on panels, but they don't really know that you were a 14-year-old kid picking weeds in a carrot field. So
it's cool. It doesn't for folks that don't grow up in the business or in business, it doesn't take away from you're really like one of the lucky ones, right? Or folks that actually get exposed at an early age to the business and make it part of your life, or make it your life's work, if you will. So you're very fortunate.
No, thank you.
All right, well, guys, time to, I guess, go hit the show floor.
We're gonna hit the show floor for a little bit.
Let's do
Talk
that.
to some people, stretch our legs. There's plenty of
Leg
stretching,
opportunities.
big time leg stretching opportunities here
Perfect.
at the World Congress, or Atlanta World Congress Convention Center.
I stretched my legs last night.
Oh, did you?
Oh, man, ever.
Good.
Yeah.
A little dancing.
A little dancing action.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. A little karaoke, a little dancing, whole 9 yards.
I was in my room studying.
I know you were.
Yeah.
You're so professional.
Yes, and I feel fantastic.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it,
Thanks,
and
sir.
we'll see you out there on the show floor.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Take care. You bet, bud.
listening to the Fresh CrEd. We're still here at the International Fresh Produce Association Global Produce and Floral Show in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. And we are here, I'm still here with my dapper co-host. We were just down on the show floor for a few minutes, taking some photos, signing autographs.
You're looking quite dapper, as always.
Well, it was the Bananity Fair photo shoot that we took.
Yeah, that's correct. We did swing by and get a photo shoot in.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, thought that was a great idea.
Yeah. The camera loves you, let's just put it that way. And you
think so? I do love the camera. I don't know about the camera loving me, but that's
all right. Well, enough about us. But so this is exciting.
Is it really enough?
Yeah,
about
enough
us?
about us.
I mean, come on.
We talk all the time, and we can do this on our own at home.
All right, that's fine.
We are being joined by royalty.
Yes.
Literally,
I'm aware.
figuratively.
Exactly.
Exactly. So we are now being joined by two of our nation's watermelon queens. First, Kinlan Henson from South Carolina, the South Carolina Watermelon Queen.
Yes.
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank y'all for having me.
And Tori Hobbs, the Gulf Coast Watermelon Queen. I didn't ask where y'all live. Well, I'm assuming you're somewhere in South Carolina.
Somewhere in South Carolina, yeah.
But city?
So the Camden area,
Camden.
in between Columbia, Bishopville area, right there.
Okay, perfect. And you, Tori?
I'm from Dothan, Alabama.
Okay, great. I don't know where that's at.
I know,
But
nor do I.
It sounds great.
I know where Alabama's at. I can find that.
Yeah, well, for a Texan, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
They're actually going to be in Texas in a couple weeks.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
What are
yeah.
y'all doing in Texas?
I will be participating in the Texas Convention in McAllen, Texas, and then we will compete for the National Watermelon Association's Queen Competition in Austin, Texas in February.
All right. Well, whereabouts in a couple of weeks? Dallas?
McAllen.
McAllen.
Man. You knew that.
Didn't know.
Okay, well, sounds like another show opportunity.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Up the
That's
way.
what we
Yeah.
need, is another show
we,
up.
we need some more
A
work.
chance for us to talk.
Yeah.
All right, ladies. So I gotta know, right? So you got the crowns, you got the big ribbons. How do you go about? Well, how does one pursue a career as queen of watermelons?
One of the easiest ways to be the queen is to go do the scholarship competition. I know in South Carolina ours is more beauty pageant style, but most of when you're crowned is based off of your speaking ability. So we do an interview, a speech on stage, and then of course there's the part where you get to wear those pretty dresses that mom and dad pay a lot of money for.
Yeah.
So they want to see you out there and they want to see you win. But it's mostly based off of that speaking ability, just because we get to go around and we get to promote the best fruit ever that leaves a smile behind every time. We get to promote watermelon all year long at events like this and other places.
Yeah.
That's a good tagline.
Leaving that smile behind every time.
Every time. All right. So
Yeah.
same for you.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, did you, young child, is your family? I have to assume they're in the watermelon business.
We don't do watermelons, that's not our full-time thing, but we do farm a good bit of produce and different things, but our main thing is corn.
All right.
I'm a 6th-generation row crop farmer from Camden area. I grind our own corn and we make it into grits and cornmeal. So I don't know if you've ever seen those big stone mills that were powered by water. Well, we have one that's powered by a tractor.
Huh.
So the tractor pulls those two stones and grinds that corn up real fine, and that's how you get your grits and your cornmeal.
Well, part of our audience may not know what a grit is.
Okay, so the thing that's almost like oatmeal, but it's a whole lot better because it's corn.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I'm very familiar with grits, but I'm
Oh, yeah.
guessing our West Coast contingency may not be. So
You don't think so?
I don't. Did you have grits as a kid growing up in Gilroy?
I actually didn't, but in Texas I did.
Yeah. No, I mean Texas for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
You know what goes good with grits in the morning? Watermelon.
Watermelon. There
Yeah.
you go. That's it.
Yeah.
How about you? Farm? Do you grow up in a farm family?
So I did not grow up in the farming industry. My dad has cattle, but not necessarily like row crop farming. But our convention is open up to anyone, throughout the ages of 18 to 25, 4 or 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I guess that was another question.
Yes, sir.
So it's 18 to 25, pretty much.
Primarily college age students getting ready to go to college because it is a scholarship-based opportunity and
Yeah.
is a job too. So yeah, I did not grow up really in the watermelon farming industry, but I do have a passion for ag. I love watermelon, so of course I would gladly represent and talk
Yeah.
about it. I mean,
That's awesome.
sells itself easily too.
So you mentioned public speaking. So
Yes.
I'm curious to know what you would say in your lives prepared you up until now for public speaking, to be proficient, I guess, to the level that you are, which is significant.
I think past beauty pageants has definitely had a big impact for both of us. But I did FFA, so Future Farmers of America. The national competition, I competed in that, as well as I served as a South Carolina state officer for a whole year. So that kind of helped my speaking ability, but also just my parents putting me out there and saying, look, you're going to have to order your own food, not my problem. You need to get out there and just make sure that you're able to speak to other people, because now a lot of people are just through the phone, through the computer, and mainly that is a good source to get through and get your information out there, but just talking face to face, you can't ever go wrong with that.
It's important.
Yeah.
It is important, being able to communicate and not shine. I mean, everybody feels pressure. I mean, we do this all the time, and I mean, there is a little blip right before we do it that I like, okay, what was I going to say? And I forget. But there are people our age that shy away from public speaking or talking to people, and you know, it's a life skill.
It is.
Yeah, isn't it public speaking like a #1 fear or something? I mean, ranked if you ask.
It's clowns, but
I can see it.
Huh?
You can
I
see
can
it.
see
Yeah, I mean, it's to get up in front of a group.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
This is not as difficult because you don't really see everybody, but
Right.
yeah, standing in front of a large group of people and being just there exposed.
and being comfortable in your abilities and what you have to say. And
Right.
Yeah, it's tough. So congratulations.
Yeah, but
Thank
seriously,
you.
yeah,
Thank you.
congrats.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
you know, it's a great accomplishment. And so so you're not. I mean, you're in the corn space, I guess. I mean, you're in the ag business. Are you going to continue that in the family biz? Is that what your plan is?
So the plan is to finish up my master's at Clemson in agronomy, and then I want to go back home to farm, make it more agritourism, because right now it's just plain farming, and then we sell whatever we need to, farm shows, trade shows, things like that. But maybe more agritourism, open it up to people come to the farm, you stay for a while, bed and breakfast type deal.
Put them to work.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you can't work, I mean, what's good at coming? But anyway, I'd love to run for Commissioner of Agriculture, so if you have any South Carolina fans, tell them that in a couple of years, be on the lookout for my name on that ballot, because I want to be the commissioner.
That's awesome.
Lofty goals.
I
That's
like
great.
that. I like that. Well, we've got an early, you know, we're a precursor,
Oh yeah.
right? We can have
You're
this.
taking credit already.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, we will help her get elected.
Oh yeah.
Tori, what's the future hold for you?
So I
What would you
am
like to do?
majoring in elementary education. So I love working with kids and being in the classroom and being creative, like having creativity and, you know, that space to roam for that. So my goal is to teach in public schools and get a master's in it and hopefully just travel the world in my free time.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I've also had a passion for like farming and ag. So since being the watermelon queen and, you know, open up those opportunities, I've now have this desire to have a farm store. So perfect summer job as a teacher, you know, summers are open. So hopefully I can one day own a farm store in the summer and teach during the school year.
Very nice, very nice.
We talk a lot about consumption and increasing consumption and the health benefits of, you know, what we sell and practicing what we preach and walking the talk, all that stuff. And a lot of it we talk about in the context of schools. I have a daughter, she's a sophomore in high school, and I kind of joke that when I see her leaving home with her lunch bag, I tell her we used to get beat up for taking lunch to school. Like, but she would rather do that than, you know, unfortunately, than eat what they serve at school.
Yeah.
So, so in the line of education, we've talked a lot about like how do we increase consumption. And it keeps coming back to education, right?
Right.
You know, it's an issue that I'm not sure will ever be fully resolved. It's going to be an ongoing battle, probably until long after we're gone. But
I'm gonna be here a long time.
Sure.
I don't know, yeah. We'll see.
Well, I have a cool thing. So I actually met someone here at the show that came up to me, and we were talking about watermelon and fresh produce because she is over their like school systems nutrition, and so she was just asking me some questions about kind of like what I do. But it's cool to see that, you know, nutritionists from school systems are here like wanting to build connections and get fresh produce in their schools. Like,
well, there's definitely some high performing districts, but there's a lot of districts. Yeah, it's tough because we met some. So IFPA does the PMA Food Service show. So they bring.
They do, yeah, they do.
Yeah, the IFPA Food Service show. No, but they bring a lot of the school district.
Oh yeah, that's their
food
food service.
administrators.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was a ton of them there. I think they had like 100 of them there. So I guess I had forgotten that maybe they'd be here as well. So that's interesting. So yeah, promoting health and wellness, promoting consumption, fruits and vegetables, food as medicine, like all that stuff. Definitely encourage you guys over and above watermelons, which are great,
Yeah.
but just, fruits and vegetables in general.
So-
So it would be
Right.
a huge win.
Here, I mean, you need to take watermelon, get the Bama football team to have it on the sidelines, and have that. That's how Gatorade is what it is today because it was invented in Florida.
Right.
And it's at the Gators. That's why it's called Gatorade. And you do that with watermelons, and you're there.
Yeah.
And you're.
Yes, that's what I do. So in South Carolina, we actually do have the opportunity to go to all of our college football teams in South Carolina. So some of the big ones, Clemson, Carolina, Furman, places like that. And we actually do give out watermelon to the football teams, but most of the times for the kindergartners, when we go to see them in the elementary schools, it's the little triangle pieces.
Right.
But for the large football players, it's a half of a watermelon. They devour it and then come back for more. So we'll use a bin of watermelons for a football team.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I'm sure they do go through it, but no, anything. So for you guys, while you're here on the show and talking, what kind of message? What are you guys out delivering here today at IFPA, and what going forward while you're serving as the queen? What's the message? And I'll let you start off.
So my goal just being here is just seeing the companies that are here with fresh produce and seeing how, like, for me it's cool to see like so many people come globally for one purpose. And that's like to gather around fresh produce and Floral. It's like, that's so cool. But I guess my message was just to be like, just eat watermelon, eat fresh produce, support your local farmers, because it does just go back to your communities, like economies, and it's very helpful. Like, your farmers need that support.
Basically the same thing. You just want to eat watermelon that is nutritious for you. You want to support your local farmers, but you also want to make sure that not only you're supporting them by buying their product, but you're supporting them by getting out there and advocating for them. There's a lot of people that don't know what a letter to a congressman can do.
Yeah.
So the Farm Bill we're working on that, still working on it. That's one thing that we hear all the time. That's why we went to Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, the Farm
So
Bill.
y'all done the DC trip?
Yes, we did.
We were just there a few months
Yeah.
ago advocating for the Farm Bill.
The IFPA trip, or with the watermelon group?
The IFPA trip.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, great. So, but this is the first
Yes,
local show you guys
yes,
have been to?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's impressive to me, and I've been
Oh,
to
yeah.
a countless number of them, so I have to imagine, do you guys think it would be that big? Like, there'd be this many booths and people? And
I mean, with being out there in the industry, just there's so many people in it, there's so many people, but really, if you think about it, you hear it all the time, 2% of the population is involved in agriculture. And then you come here and you're like, wow, that's a lot of people, but if you look at the large picture of it all, that's really not as much as you think.
Sure.
So,
well, I was just going to say, I mean, it's not something that, folks are just falling into,
Right.
farming especially,
Yeah.
Especially in the United States.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
definitely something we need to try to preserve.
oh yeah.
Actually going the other way.
Unfortunately, it's actually going the other way.
Not a lot of young people looking to do the hard work that is required up for
Oh,
them.
yeah.
It's one of the places that automation is yet to figure out all the different things that you can
Right.
do, right? So
And the barriers to entry as far as, land costs and,
Oh, yeah.
education and startup, capital, I mean, that's just a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we
farming's
hear it
hard.
all the time. People aren't educated enough to know what to look for or what to do next. It's just like our farmers trying to get grants. They can't get the grants they need because they're not educated on the jargon that's out there. That's why you hire a lawyer, right? Because you don't know what to tell them. The lawyer has to put it in the right jargon and get it to you.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing in farming. If you're not educating the generations, those are the ones that's going to sell the land that you really need. They're the ones that's going to get rid of the things that you need, the old tractors that actually work for you and won't take over. And the new tractors are great. Yeah, I love sitting in an air conditioning cab and pressing a button and just sitting there eating my sandwich. But at the same time, I look at my grandfather and he still wants to get on that tractor with the open cab. And he's like, no air conditioner, no heat, no nothing. And he's happy as he can be. I mean, sometimes you got to get back to those roots, those traditional roots, and say, look, sometimes we're just going to need to educate. Because, I mean, if you're not down with your roots, then what are you going to do? You're going to lose it.
Yeah.
That's just like a tree. If you pick its roots out, it's not going to stand there much longer.
Another good campaign speech there. I'm telling you.
Look, you're the first to hear it too, so.
There we go. I'm
Call
telling you, this
dibs.
is it. We're kicking your campaign off right here.
Oh, yeah, right here,
You're
right now.
announcing.
Yes.
Well, sir, what else?
Do you require air conditioning?
Absolutely.
I get the feeling that you do.
I've got, my roots got ripped off. a long time ago.
But you don't have any roots. You're kind of.
Oh, no.
That's okay.
Funny guy. Gotta take a
That's
shot.
okay. Well, guys, well, thank you for joining us for sure. I'm glad y'all have had a great time. I'm assuming you're wrapping it up as far as like your day on the show floor, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
I know my feet are killing me. I've only gone there a couple times, so but we're all.
Yeah, exactly. But we do thank you guys for taking a little time out of your day to come sit down with us. We appreciate it, and thank
you.
you.
Have 6 months or how many months is that to the competition?
Until February.
Until February, yeah.
Okay, so 4-ish months.
Yeah, 4-ish.
Yeah.
It'll be here before we know it.
I know.
Yeah. And on our behalf, thanks to the Wiggins family. They're a supporter of the show.
Yes, definitely. Shout out to Jesse.
Yeah, for sure.
Jesse James.
Folks over in East Texas, beautiful Nacogdoches.
Now that's a handle.
Yeah.
Jesse James.
Jesse James. That's a lot to him, for sure.
All right, well, when y'all are in McAllen, you get in trouble, you've got a local.
All right, go holler.
All right.
He will definitely be
take care of us.
He's the most buttoned up of the two of us, and he'll actually be able to take care of you.
Okay,
So,
good deal.
I think, thank you.
Yeah, that was my best way of giving a compliment. There.
One of those backhanded compliments.
That was a backhanded, but it was the best I can do.
All right, well, we've got one more for today. We actually have Kathy Burns joining us later.
Yeah?
The boss.
Okie dokie.
So,
all right.
Not let loose too much yet.
I'm not. You know what? I need to get another coffee, and then.
Yeah, we've got to keep it on the straight and narrow until we're done talking to Kathy. We're going to hear about some exciting stuff, what happened this week, some stats, etc. So we'll see you again soon.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, Ed. How you doing?
Craig.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome back. Ed Bertot here and I kind of winding things down, right?
Yeah. Winding things down is a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Saving the best for last.
You know, we were pretty wound up. Now we're winding down.
Yeah. Well, I'm wound up. I just had a double.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've been hitting the coffee.
I had my 5 p.m. coffee a little early.
We've been hitting the coffee pretty good. But look, we have a very special guest who is gracious enough to take time out of her very busy schedule, Miss Kathy Burns, CEO of IFPA. Kathy, thank you very much for joining us today. But, you know, before we even get into the show itself, thank you very much for the support you guys have shown us and the show. We can't tell you how much we appreciate it, and, you know, the platform that you've given us has been great. So thank you guys very much, and thank you for joining us.
Definitely.
The way that you talk about, you know, and connect with people in the industry to tell our stories. Again, we started together in Monterey, was it? Or was it even before that?
Correct.
Yeah,
So
exactly. And just being able to expand that, it's been a real pleasure getting to know you better, and also for you to really broadcast our stories and the industry stories beyond the walls that we sit in.
Right. For sure. And, you know, and that's, you know, we talked obviously before now, but, you know, we've spent a lot of time with a lot of really important leaders in the business and finding out about them and their story. But we realized that, you know what, we haven't really spent that time with you. So
we want the log cabin in the woods.
You know, I'm from Maine.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
There you go.
That's what we're getting at.
You know what?
Log cabin in the woods started in, you know.
We had a log cabin in the woods, actually, but that's for a different story and a different time.
I don't know. This is all. These conversations are super organic, so we never know where they're going to go. But yeah, so yeah, take us back.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Maine is where you're from.
I am.
Take us back to young Kathy.
Yeah. Well, we'll take you back to younger Kathy. How's that? Actually, I was born and raised in Maine. I spent the first 20 years of my career at Hannaford. In the Northeast. I started as a bagger, just a job through high school and college. Never in a million years did I think it would lead to a career. Quite frankly, when I was in high school, I was convinced I was going to work for Disney because I thought it would be really cool to work for an organization where you can make people's dreams come true. And I realized that you can make people's dreams come true regardless of what organization that you work in. So first 20 years at Hannaford was an amazing opportunity to grow up in that organization that was ahead of its time, quite frankly, in supporting women, and they still do. And after 20 years, Delhaize at the time, Food Lion acquired Hannaford, and some of the talent from the north went south. I was one of those for a different and new, exciting opportunity. And then I spent 10 years at Food Lion. So I went from Hannaford, that at the time probably had about 140 stores, to Food Lion that had 1,300 stores overnight. So it was an amazing experience to learn about size and scale and impact. So had the opportunity to work at Food Lion, as I said, for 10 years. The last 3.5 years I had the opportunity to run the organization, and after 30 years of grocery retail, had the opportunity to do something different. Never in a million years did I think I'd end up in a trade association. My husband and I put together 4 guiding principles on how I was going to decide what I was going to do next. And at the time, the Produce Marketing Association hit every single one of those guiding principles. And the big question was whether or not we could live in Delaware. I had driven through Delaware at the time. We were living in Davidson, North Carolina. And obviously, I would drive through Delaware really quick to get to Maine, and obviously made the decision to join PMA. And then, 3 years ago, we created IFPA when we brought PMA and United together.
What year did you join PMA?
That's a really good question. I think 2014.
Okay.
Yeah. 24. That's a really good question. 2014, I joined it.
10-year anniversary.
Yeah, 10 or 11. So maybe it was the end of 13.
Yeah.
Craig, it was somewhere in that time frame. So time flies. Yeah. For sure.
Well, you're telling me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a great ride.
So, now, all right. So bagging groceries. So that was at Hannaford store.
It was. Yeah, it was actually. I started an independent called Doug's Shop and Save in Bangor, Maine. That's where I was born and raised. We're known for two things. We have the longest runway on the East Coast and Stephen King. In fact, when I was growing up, we used to go trick-or-treating at his house, which was really cool.
Get out of here.
No kidding.
See,
that's
the stuff you don't get every
That's
day.
the stuff you don't hear every day. So it was amazing. He got so famous, and they shut that down. But when I was working at Doug's, he would come in as a shopper, and he was super, super generous to the community as a philanthropist, in addition to being an amazing writer. So, so I started as a bagger and worked my way up, through high school and college. I bagged until I was old enough that I could be a cashier. Ironically, I did work in produce for a little bit of time, and then I entered Hannaford's retail management training program, and then escalated from there. School? University of Maine.
Okay.
Yep, in Orono.
Bangor was your hometown?
Bangor was my hometown.
Okay.
Still is. That doesn't change, even if you move.
Well, it is, right?
Yeah, Bangor's my hometown.
I spent a little bit of time in Maine, but in York?
Yeah, sure.
New York and Portsmouth, which I know is not Maine, but
yeah, close.
Some meetings there
years
ago.
That's awesome.
Great
I ran.
Place to visit in the summer and spring. I've seen pictures of winters there. Probably not as fun.
Yeah,
I mean, what you're doing and what you're geared up for.
It makes you really hardy and resilient for sure. And if you like outdoor sports, it's phenomenal. Maine has 4 seasons, and they are harsh, all in a good way. But it's a beautiful state. Has a beautiful soul, actually, and I actually ran the Wells store, the Wells Hannaford, which is right next door to York, and just amazing experience. Hannaford has great people, still do, and it taught me everything I need to know about grocery retail, so super appreciative to my time there, and the leadership.
Right. So you got quite the journey, bagging groceries, just kind of, things just fell into place along the way. But I'm sure there were things that didn't exactly fall into place or challenges, because that's really, leaders, now that you're in the positions you're in, right? Everybody knows you now as this, right? But there's, in that time frame, it probably wasn't always just falling exactly into place. In your journey, what along the way, was there ever a situation, difficult, whatever, that you had to overcome, and maybe how you did?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is as you continue to grow in your career, oftentimes you go through assessments, almost like psychological assessments. Mm-hmm. And I remember one that I went to, and they interview and they give you a series of testing, and they ask you all these questions that don't seem related to anything, but obviously they're trying to probably diagnose me. And I remember getting the report at the end, and the first line in the report said, "Although Kathy has a firm handshake, I am sure soon she will have more traditional goals in mind, like starting a family." And it's amazing. That feedback was probably given to me 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And I still remember it.
Wow.
And so, you can embrace that and say, oh, yeah, maybe I should be, go out and start a family and all this, and maybe my career needs to take a back seat. But then it was, now it's almost like I'm competing against a report that was 30 years ago that I'm like, no, that's not who I'm going to be. Yes, I can start a family, and yes, I can run an organization, and yes, I can be a great daughter, and yes, I can be a great friend. You can have it all. It's not easy.
Right.
But to be able to balance all of it, it's just amazing that was the psyche, especially as it relates to women.
For sure, right? I mean, that's the thing is, being in a leadership position. We had Karen Kaplan was on with us early this morning, and of course, her mom on the LA market come up. So, very difficult time to rise up through the ranks.
Yeah. Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, when I first started in the career, there was never a line at the ladies' room. Luckily, that's changed. Every time I'd go to a conference, I would walk in, oh, there's no line. Yeah, this is awesome. And sad. So I think, again, really a lot of it was just continuing to gain confidence in what I brought to the table, that I deserved to be at the table, that I deserved. People wanted to hear and needed to hear what I had to say. So I think just the constant, just pushing yourself. The worst thing that was going to happen is I may have said something the wrong way, and I would have to clean it up later, versus holding back in any way. So that was I don't know if there was any one instance. I will tell you, when I ran the Wells store, I said, boy, we need a store stretcher, right? Because it does low volume in the winter, but just explodes in the summer. It's a seasonal town on the coast of Maine.
Okay.
So I'm like, we need a store stretcher. Obviously, we couldn't do that. So I had the bright idea of putting a tent out in the parking lot. And so, believe it or not, I had to go in front of the town hall. I was 24 years old. I had to go in front of the town hall to convince the town that I could put a tent out in the parking lot. Some, kind of mom and pop independent stores would try to fight that fact because they were afraid it was going to take sales away from their stores. So long story short, it got approved. We put a tent out there. I had to put a sidewalk out there. I had to put electricity. I had to put Muzak. So there was Muzak and an intercom system. And so we did it for, I don't know how many weeks, 10 or 12 weeks. And I still am convinced we made money. I'm not sure that that's proven on paper. And so yeah, it was really. And, for me, it was, and I say this to leaders all the time, put your name on something. Like, you can be one of 20 category managers, but do something that makes you stand out. Again, questionable whether it made money or not. They never did it again. The sidewalk's still there, actually. I was in Maine this summer. I'm like, oh, there's my sidewalk. But I think the opportunity to just push yourself and take risk, and they're not all going to pay off.
Right.
And some people probably thought I was absolutely crazy, but I was in an organization that supported risk taking, and again, then once again had the opportunity to get promoted and have more responsibility. So it's not about the promotion for me. It's about really making sure that I can have the biggest and broadest impact ultimately to change the world, and I get to do that every day with fruits, vegetables, and flowers. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, for sure. You said something there, and it's a common theme. You talk to leaders or whatever, and you said, put your name on something, right? And ultimately, that's a great, succinct way of talking about, be willing to take the risk.
Absolutely.
Right? And recognize that failure is part of it.
Yeah.
Or what is it? Some speaker or whatever, fall forward. Failure. That's the way you want to fail. So I think that's.
So you were clearly destined for leadership at a young age. As far as hobbies, anything that we're talking to a couple of the ladies that are watermelon queens, different states earlier, and I was impressed with their public speaking. Their public speaking with us, obviously, but was there anything that you can kind of point out as far as what you were into, clubs or sports or anything growing up that maybe helped?
Yeah, 100%.
Your abilities?
I couldn't be a watermelon queen, I'll tell you that. But I think, it's funny, when I was not yet old enough to work, I started my own lawn care business. It was called Clippings by Kathy, Lawns Mowed and Clipped. And I love to mow the lawn. I don't know, it's something about a sense of accomplishment and the straight lines. Yeah, you get me? So there had to be something there in terms of and I had little business cards and I would take them around. And again, this was before I was old enough to do that. Well, actually, even prior to that, I ran the Kids Only Club. So in our neighborhood, there were 10 boys and 10 girls. And so we started a Kids Only Club, and I was the president of the Kids Only Club. And I still argue to this day it's not because the clubhouse was in our backyard. I was an only child. I still am an only child. Bangor is still my hometown.
Yeah.
But I had an amazing experience growing up. And relationships, being an only child, we tend to, I won't speak for all only children, but for me, relationships are everything to me. Because I didn't go home and have siblings to be able to play with or go on trips with or fight for the last piece of chocolate cake with.
Right.
It was just me. So relationships were really, really critical to me. So I think they were early on in my childhood. I found that doing team things, leading people, unleashing the best in others is how I would say it now that I get the opportunity and the privilege to lead IFPA. Those were really, really critical. So in terms of hobbies, believe it or not, up until my probably junior year in high school, I square danced. Wow. I was queen of the maypole, and I remember to this day, it was in high school, and no one knew I square danced. And the librarian, it was in the newspaper, The King and the Queen of the Maypole, and the librarian put it on the front of the library door. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget walking up and seeing that. I'm like, oh my gosh. So when everybody else was watching cartoons on Saturday morning, I was square dancing. So from age 3 to probably 16, I square danced.
Well, now I got to interrupt.
Yeah.
Because that's square dancing. So my parents were big square dancers.
Really?
Yeah. My mother and father square dance. But I mean, we're in Texas.
Yeah.
Which and then actually my brothers, I guess, but my brothers, they're quite a bit older than me.
Yeah.
They were square dancers. My brothers, my sister, and friends of them. Square dance caller. How in the world did you get into square dancing in Maine? What was? Well,
there was it happened. There was a square dance club or whatever you call it in Bangor, and I think my mother in particular, both my parents, wanted me to be in something, and neither of my parents played sports. My dad's an incredible musician, actually. He's 93 now, my mother's 92.
Wow.
He still plays, and my mother was a CFO in an organization, so really into academics probably more than anything. So I think they wanted me in something that was structured and created discipline. So I don't know. I should ask my mother that. Why did you pick square dancing as opposed to a sport? Like I wasn't, that was probably my biggest regret is not playing sports in high school. I love basketball. I love watching basketball. Obviously, I'm tall. Probably, I don't know how my shot would have been, but I would have liked the team aspect of that. But square dancing certainly provided that as well. So fast forward into to college. I was in a sorority, so once again, relationships are everything to me. Being part of something like that was a lot of fun. Was president of the sorority, so there is now that I'm talking to you two, I guess there is a history of as I'm talking about like the kid starting my own business, kids only club, being involved in square dancing, being the queen of the Maypole, and then going on into college into sorority. I know, that's probably going to stick, isn't it? No, we'll stop there. But I love sports. I love watching sports. I'm a huge college sports fan. But personally, I like to golf. I like to play pickleball. I am obsessed.
I'm a fellow
You
pickleball.
are? I know.
Yes,
We've
I'm
talked about
addicted
this.
to
We got to do
pickleball,
this.
yes.
And then a lot of times I just like to compete against myself. So this is like a kind of a weird fun fact. But probably, on September 6th, I hit my 4-year anniversary of hitting 10,000 steps or more every day straight for 4 years.
Wow. That is very
So you think about it, I traveled to Australia, Asia, South Africa, Chile, Brazil. So there's I have to sometimes be in LA, I have to turn my connection to my cell phone off so that my Fitbit's still counting, and then I go to Australia, make sure every day I'm doing it at the right time zone. I come back to LA, I sync back up so I don't miss a day of 10,000. Is that sick? I mean, it's kind of a little sick, isn't it? But I am competing against myself. So 4 years straight, Alex DeNovo with DNO is you've got to write a book. He's got the title, pushing through perseverance, resilience.
I'm not quite as determined as you are right now, but there was a point where I was very determined, and I would find myself walking in place in the bathroom area before I jump in the shower because I want to get my steps before hitting midnight because I was getting ready for bed.
It's so funny. I walk airports, or if I'm in a hotel and I'm, oh my gosh, I'm at 9,500. I'll do kind of rings around the hotel lobby or around the floor. It's really bad, but so now I'm moving to 6 minutes a day of really increased heart rate, peak heart rate. So still doing 10,000 steps a day. I don't know what I'm going to do when I miss. I'm not going to miss.
You're not even thinking about that. Right?
I'm not even thinking about that.
You're adding another activity though?
Well, I'm just saying within that, at 10,000 steps, I'll obviously I'll run or do sprint intervals. So I got to make sure that ultimately it's great that I hit 10,000 steps a day, but the key is to get your heart rate up.
I'm a big fan of jump rope, and it's easy to travel.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So
okay.
Step out. I work from home when I'm not traveling, so I'll step out on the porch.
That's a really good idea.
It gets your heart rate up.
Yeah, and it counts for your steps too, right?
I never thought about it.
I don't know. I got to check that out, but I'll do it. So, anyways, I think just discipline, and maybe I should credit my mother all the way back at age 3 putting me in a sport. that has incredible, square dancing you have to have incredible discipline to be able to do it. So that discipline has carried me throughout my life. Some may say I'm obsessive, like this is probably the grocery in me, but if you open our pantry or our refrigerator, all the labels are facing out, everything's to the front. Like it's a little bit of an obsession, no question. But I think the discipline and the execution matched with the strategy. You got to be a great strategist to run an organization, but you also need to have just flawless execution. So balancing both of those is really critical.
Yeah, that's huge. And like I say, within all that, yeah, it's funny, as you unpack it, you never really thought about that. But those are the nuggets, ideally for people listening in, people listen to leaders like yourself to figure out, there's especially young people trying to figure out what their path is, what it takes to be that. Because, like I say, people see you today, and that doesn't just happen.
Oh, no, there's a lot of hard knocks along the way. I will say, I often think, like, what would I tell my 16-year-old self today? And one of the things that I wish I could just sprinkle pixie dust across all young women and men, quite frankly, is to eliminate fear. Eliminate fear. 100%. There are so many people that just won't push themselves past that point, whether it's they're concerned about what other people think, they're fear of failure, fear, of being ridiculed. Exactly. No, they don't, but that's where the real breakthroughs happen, and that's usually where the acceleration happens. Look, I told you about putting a tent in a parking lot. At the end of the summer, I got promoted. Again, I don't know if we lost money or made money, but the fact that I took a risk, was willing to put my name on it, going up in front of town hall to get support, and then, just that, if you have that type of vision, and everybody has a great idea or an idea that they can try, I wish I could just throw some pixie dust on people to eliminate that fear. This world, the velocity of change and the good we could do as a result of that, we would be unstoppable as a society.
Yeah, it's amazing how paralyzing. And quite often, there's fears that you recognize, but quite often, at least for me, I find that if something, if I'm not doing well or failing at something, it's typically if I start to break it down, there's a hidden fear down in there. There's something I'm afraid of, and that is spot on. Fear is to me, if you can overcome and just recognize your fear. There was somebody I was listening to speaking one time, and I've yet to do this. I'm going to do it because I tell this story all the time. But he does, he'll go into a Starbucks, and while everybody's standing in line, he just lays down on the floor. Super awkward, takes a lot of courage, but, he just does that just as a, psychological. Go do, if you really want to, break through a fear, what people think, just being, do something odd like that. And I think it's a great way to, challenge yourself to really get yourself out of a comfort zone. So.
It's funny. I have not shared this with anyone, actually. But every time we take a picture, and you can ask any of the staff that I work with, everyone smiles and everyone gets in place and they smile and, everyone looks great. And I'll say, okay, now we're going to do a fun one. And everybody just gets into it. Exactly. The reason I do, one, I love joy. Honestly, and I love the fact that people can just express themselves. But if people can feel that and not be embarrassed, I'm doing it with them, right? Yep. And so I'll take a picture with you as long as we can do a fun one afterwards. And you do a fun one, and then all of a sudden, they're liberated. And I swear, after the fun picture, I have different conversations with people. So that's the whole idea of what is the easy way. I'm not sure I would go into a Starbucks and lay myself down on the floor, and maybe people don't like also taking fun pictures. Yeah. But, it's the power of the camera. And I'm like, I'll take a picture with you, but let's do a fun one afterwards. And it's just, it changes the conversation and the dynamic of the relationship like that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Try that. I was going to say,
I'm not up for the Starbucks thing. I'm too much of a germaphobe. But I also heard somebody give a great speech, and it was here recently. So along the lines of fear of failure, what's first, activate or motivate?
You know what it is. You tell me. I know what comes first.
Well, most people wait to be motivated to take action, and your point was.
It's the action. It's the action that creates the motivation. 100%. And you're right. Most people do think it's the motivation that creates the action.
Yeah, that was a good takeaway for me.
Good. Yeah, good. Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
And fighting for fresh.
Yeah.
I really like that concept, and because it's worth fighting for.
100%. I mean, the number one thing that our members ask us to do is to advocate on their behalf. And now with the International Fresh Produce Association, we have one single voice for the fresh produce and floral industry for the globe. And the number one priority that our members ask us for, like I said, is to advocate, and on a lot of different levels. If you think about food safety, if you think about policy, if you think about climate, I could go on and on about all the priorities that we have. And so I credit John Anderson, the CEO of IFPA, and was chair of our board, said, you know what, we really need a rallying cry for the world. And so we engaged an agency that we work with and said, what can the rallying cry be? And we collectively came up with Fight for Fresh, because ultimately fresh is worth fighting for. And as I said on Thursday morning, people can have different reactions to the word fight. But if we don't fight for fresh, who in the world's going to fight for fresh? And we have a lot of issues, as you both know, and we've talked about, that are worth fighting for, and we absolutely need to be at the forefront of that. Our membership expects us to do that. Again, if not us, who? And we've made some progress that I shared on Thursday on things that are critically important to our industry. And we don't take that responsibility lightly. We're going to be calling on our membership to partner with us on that, to do that, because to do it around the world, we need to know who they have relationships with policymakers or regulators. We're going to be unapologetic about it. We're not going to be ignored, and we're going to continue to make significant steps forward. 1 in 10 Americans are eating the right amount of fruits and vegetables. We expect everyone to eat 400 grams. You saw 400 grams? Yeah. It's not that much.
And Kathy,
shouldn't be that
so now you got me going.
Yeah, but and Kathy, so number one, you leading the charge. The one thing that for me is impressive is you live by what you're preaching, right?
Yeah.
So so I'll go on to say, if 1 in 10, there's probably some folks fighting for fresh that are in that 9.
100%.
Right? And in order to fight for fresh, you've got to be living fresh.
That's right.
Your message. So compliments to you, because you're not just pushing a message, you're living a message and pushing it, and that's from
walking the talk.
Walking the talk, and I got to tell you that means, and for me within the industry, I keep saying, we've got to start with ourselves.
Exactly.
In a lot of cases.
Yeah, and obviously we have so much data to show it's absolutely the right thing to do to eat 400 grams of fruits and vegetables a day. And floral, we see the data to support that if you're surrounded by flowers, it doesn't mean you have to live in a jungle or a log cabin in Maine, but you at least have to have, if you have flowers around you, we have data to show that it actually improves your mental well-being and your mental health. 73% of the population is anxious. I promise you, you are all working with somebody that has anxiety. Different levels, different forms, but they're anxious. Yeah. 70 plus elections around the world, that alone creates anxiety. And Floral has proven, we have data to show that it actually lowers your level of anxiety.
Really?
Yeah. So anyways, there's a lot of data points. So it's, yes, I appreciate the comment around living it, but we have the data to support it too, and we're so underrepresented in the world that we do have to fight for fresh.
Yeah, for sure, and we talked about this earlier. I can't remember which interview we were doing, but it's the dollars. In this world, it's where the money's at, and it's a thin margin business we're in, right? We've got the best message of anybody putting food out there.
Yeah.
Yet to make it happen, it works on very thin margins. And so we don't have the dollars that the dairy industry has. We don't have the dollars that the grain industry has, frankly. The reality of it is the WIC program, we talked about that earlier, that was something when we started fighting for that, I thought that should be easily done. But no, it wasn't easy done, because not everybody wanted us on that program.
Yeah, it's
right?
crazy.
So it's a tough. We've got a great fight, but it's not going to be an easy fight, because we're fighting against a lot of big money.
Yeah, and here in the U.S., obviously the Farm Bill is something that we're fighting for. And if you look at our industry in particular, we're 40% of the farm gate value, and we get less than 8% of the funding.
Yeah.
Once again, unacceptable, right? And we're in a much better place as being part of the Specialty Crop Farm Bill Alliance. Starting in 2008, we're way better than where we were then. And if you talk to at least the Four Corners members of Congress, the specialty crops is definitely at the top of mind. So we're fighting to help the prosperity of our growers, because if they can't grow it and do it profitably, we're going to be really in a whole lot of hurt going forward. The easiest way to really help our growers' prosperity, help their profits, is to increase volume. Sales cures all, as you guys know. So fighting for programs to get fruits and vegetables in any program around the world related to driving consumption at the state level, at the government level, at the UN level, the World Health Organization, but also making sure that we can continue to get funding to help our growers be more profitable. That's why the work we're doing around innovation around climate is so important, because if we can find more efficient ways to be able to invest in our industry. I know I talked about it on Thursday. We got $25 million from the USDA. $10 million we're going to focus on innovative packaging for our industry. So we're actually looking for organizations, and if you have any of your listeners that would be interested in having, getting funds from the government to come up with new sustainability packaging, that would be great. And the other $15 million is going to be used for MRLs and helping, pesticide issues, so that especially domestic growers can export to countries that right now they're not able to because of restrictions. So a lot of money that the government has that we're trying to get our fair share to invest in our industry to set us up for success.
That's great. That's great. I can say, and you guys, the efforts that you're doing really at the school level, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the emphasis that you are putting there as an organization, that is something that's how you really start to change the dynamics as
100%.
young people.
Should have been a requirement all along.
Yeah, but the reality is, you start with the young minds, right? They learn what they're going to eat in those early days. And
when actually their taste and almost healthy eating or taste profiles get developed 6 months into embryo.
Really?
So we actually need to start, and this is why we need to make sure that pregnant women are actually eating our products, because that's when a baby's taste profiles get developed. So definitely it's in the embryo through preschool, primary school. You're absolutely right. Craig, we need to be focused on programs that ensure kids are getting exposure and eating fruits and vegetables every day. And then now the next focus, we do a lot of work with K through 12. The next focus is college and universities. So we are going to go hard in 2025 on colleges and universities, and to ensure that we can get their school, our university directors, we can get them to our food service conference in Monterey, because if you have kids that have gone to college, that's my daughter called and said, and she went to a very good school, and said, oh my gosh, I can't even get great fruits and vegetables. I'm like, this has got to change. So we're working it all along the consumption continuum, I would call it, to ensure, because some of us could be lost causes, although we're in the industry, we can't be and shouldn't be, but we need to start those habits really early.
Yeah, and get them started early.
Yep.
Well, look, I don't want to make sure that we get in at some information about this event today here in Atlanta. It's been a fantastic show. I was at the booth yesterday.
Great.
For us, and we had great traffic. Saw lots of folks. But tell us on the overall. How'd it go this year?
Yeah, I mean, based on I was on the show floor all day yesterday and today, and checking in with exhibitors. We heard that the traffic was great. I don't have the final numbers. For me, to be honest with you too, I don't get as wrapped up in the total numbers as some people may. For me, it's about the quality of attendees, not the quantity. If you are seeing people at your booth that you want to see, and they're decision makers, and they're engaged in the organization, especially on the buy side. What I can tell you, this is a number that I know is accurate, is the last time we were in Atlanta, we had about 800 to 900 buyers, and this time we had over 3,100 buyers that attended. Now, 2015 to 2024, obviously we've seen growth. So that is a number I know is solid. I think we were 300 and, I probably shouldn't be throwing numbers around.
Around.
I think it was like 331,000 square feet, maybe it was 330, I think it was 331. So that's larger than we've been in decades. I think the only square footage that's been larger was Orlando in 2018, back when it was Fresh Summit. So the presence of the exhibitors, and I can't thank, if you don't mind, I'd love to thank the sponsors, the exhibitors, the attendees, obviously, the buyers that were here. I mean, that's what makes this so special. You know, I've said to you probably every time, there's a heart and soul of this industry like no other part of the plate and no other part of the store. And you can see it on the floor. You know, we're an industry of handshakes and hugs. And you could see it, you know, the joy in people's faces, connecting with each other. Either it's a reunion and a homecoming for some, and I just love seeing the young people out, and their eyes are just so wide about, because they don't understand the dynamic and the depth and breadth of the industry that could be available to them.
Yeah.
So again, the proof is in what happens after these 2 days in terms of the business relationships people have, strengthening the current relationships, maybe finding some new partners. But at the end of the day, we've got to drive consumption in order for all boats to rise. And you can count on me to continue to lead that effort for the industry.
Well,
Hooked up.
yeah, no, and really do appreciate, like I say, what you're doing, what the association is, because that is, you know, for me, it's got to be around the consumption side.
Yeah.
We all win by growing. You know, we compete in the marketplace.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, you know, we're all in this together, competing for a share of stomach.
Absolutely.
Right? And we don't need to spend so much time beating each other up, as opposed to joining together and, like I say, let's get more share of the stomach from the other guys in the stomach, and you know, and like I say, get people eating healthier. We can save them money.
Exactly.
I mean, literally, you can save people money by just, you know, not having new meds and not having to go to the doctor. I mean, it really will change your life if you live it.
Yeah, and what's so great about this week is, you know, it really is an IFPA show. We host it. We're the convener. It's the industry's show. I mean, IFPA is, exactly, we facilitate it. That's a good way to say it, Ed. And so we provide the platform and the space and the opportunity. You know, everyone here makes the magic happen, and you're absolutely right, Craig. The opportunity, where we have seen the best win is when the industry comes together and fights for something like WIC or the Farm Bill or something happening with the UN in terms of what's happening with climate change. So when we can come together as an industry and, again, all boats lift and have people's voices really make a huge difference, that's when people take off their actual company hat and put on the industry hat. And that was my call to action on Thursday. We're going to need people to do more of that. Because the competition, yes, we have competition within the industry. We're competing against junk food.
Yes.
We're competing for share of stomach and share of mind and share of joy, if I think about Floral. And we have the timing is now. I mean, the time is perfect. We have the platform, we have the resources, we have an industry that is so special. Now we need to activate that, and you're going to see us doing that in 25 at a whole new level.
All right. Well, I'm ready. So we're back in Anaheim next year?
Back in Anaheim next year. Yep,
And
2025 in Anaheim.
Somewhere in between there.
Hey, hey! I got a space outside a store in Wells. We just need to throw up a tent. It may not be big enough, but yeah, let's do it. No, I'm super excited to absolutely. We'll be back in Anaheim next year, and you know, honestly, going all the way back to my tent experience, we're going to need a store stretcher in Anaheim.
Need a store stretcher for Anaheim, huh?
Yeah. But again, can't appreciate the two of you enough. I know you have full-time jobs, and the generosity of spirit that you put into telling the industry story. I can't appreciate the partnership enough. So thank you.
We use AI a lot, but
Oh.
the other thing I had to wedge that in because that was in my notes.
Yeah, I mean, everyone. Yeah, so yeah, you know, last year I was like a Bitmoji, but it was, you know, it was my voice, and it wasn't. I didn't write the script, and then this year, I'll send it to you. This year it was like literally, it looked pretty close to me. I mean, not 100%. Didn't have all my mannerisms, didn't have my energy, but I spoke in 3 different languages. I spoke in Spanish, Mandarin, and German, and English, 4, I guess, seamlessly. And it was really freaky, actually, how far it came in a year. So, you know, maybe next year, well, I'm not going to say what I'll do next year. I don't know. Who knows what it's going to be next year? We'll have to see.
Maybe you
All right.
just get an AI version of me over here.
Yeah, no.
You'd like that, right?
You know.
She's turning him off.
I also said during SOI, don't underestimate the power of the human connection. And exactly what we're doing here. AI is never going to take that place.
Yeah.
It will help with the mundane and routine tasks. The summarize button on Copilot has changed my life in terms of my email consumption. It's just changed my life. But it's never going to replace the 3 of us sitting down and talking about the industry. Never.
100% agree.